trying to create new prophets, false prophets.
Could be false prophets. You got to be careful with that. But and they all have stats. I think they need to be protected in a single university.
That's something he has to ask, first of all.
Okay, everybody, this is the Sign Tour performed by candidate John Kitover running in the 16th District to unseat and defeat Darren LaHood. From Rockford to Bloomington Normal to Peoria, we are helping to liberate Illinois one congressional district at a time. This is your magical Sign Tour.
So remember, it says that the nations have to come to celebrate the Feast of Tabernacle. That's mother.
Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah.
Right, they come. Right, so it's like how do they explain that Jesus is keeping? Right, you see what I'm saying? And it's as if they don't come to celebrate it, that Jesus is going to punish them.
Yeah, they'll give them a famine.
You see what I'm saying? Like, that's sweet. That's right. Be there, be square. Feast of the Tabernacles.
Yeah.
Need a temple to do it properly, guys.
Yeah.
Parmesan cheese in it. I'd take. All right, so you want to know what to do? So I'd take. Sometimes I do half pork. Sometimes I do ground meat. Sometimes it depends. Depends on my mood. We do like 80-20. You know, it all depends. Then I take it and I put a few eggs, and I put a few eggs. I put.
Don't tell me you're building it with that all these like creamy breadcrumb shit that tastes like.
I got the breadcrumbs. I use 4 seasons. Breadcrumbs. She said 4 seasons breadcrumbs.
All right. Okay. That's not.
Give him space. Give him space. 4 seasons. I put that thing.
You don't sell 4 seasons in fucking Aldi's, man.
Who says I don't buy everything in Aldi's? Yeah. Purchases.
I was gonna say. Oh, alright, yeah, that makes sense, man. My bad.
Yes, pensions are expensive. Don't you come into this house and disrespect Aldi's.
Disrespect me while you're talking to me like that.
I'll do some guys. But it's not the only place. It's not the only place.
I think she's gone.
What kind of tomatoes do you use? I use like the Canto San Marzano.
I use the grape tomatoes. They're made in Israel.
Some olive oil.
Fake Christians remember that. Like nothing. Bart is a fake
Let's
Catholic.
talk about keeping the law. You guys talk about keeping the law here.
You're a fake Catholic anyway.
What about you guys not receiving the Eucharist? I mean, that's all you got to do. Or venerating Mary. Like, what about me?
Huh?
Abide by some of your
Say that again.
venerating Mary,
When?
blood and body, and the Eucharist.
How is that on Mary?
Venerating Mary?
You're talking about the communion, like when they did it Passover?
Venerating Mary,
What
lighting
that got to do with Mary?
No, I'm saying there's two things. I'm saying venerating Mary and doing the Eucharist every time we go to Mass.
Is Mary of minimized import in the Ethiopian Christian tradition?
Don't know anything about Ethiopian.
Well, I'll tell you, the Europeans go bonkers for Mary. Like, sure.
I tried once, never twice.
If you guys are, I don't know how I don't.
She got convicted by that law. That's what happened.
She just got convicted. That's all it was.
Yeah, she's like, damn, I know, I gotta throw away the fork in my house.
Yo, she just started being a Christian 2 years ago, and then she's gonna come and tell us, like, oh, we're doing it wrong. Yeah, I know that. I can know. People be in their feelings. I don't get it.
The word of God is a sharp, double-edged sword.
You don't want to come here no more because We had a
And she even
discussion.
contradicted herself. She said Jesus in Matthew 5, he's talking to the Jews, but then she then says Mark 7, Jesus said all things are clean. So according to your logic, he's still talking to the Jews. All things are clean to the Jews, not to you. So, she was just contradicting herself.
Yeah, it's true.
I never really like his argument over there that all foods are clean.
Could you be contradicting yourself but still be right?
Yeah, but we know she's wrong.
Yes. Chances are, if you're contradicting yourself, you are right because you've overstepped the boundaries.
You got really upset
being right or wrong.
You got really upset because you know. She couldn't get over that.
But she didn't say nothing to us, though.
She messaged me saying she not coming back here no more. I don't know what the fuck I
Tyler,
did.
did we overtalk her?
That's wild. But nah,
What is she
what
talking
she's
about?
talking about.
This victim type thing is annoying as hell.
Yeah, for real.
Yo, it be mad dark in here too. And I don't really think a lot of white people like hanging out with me. I'm keeping real, so this how I like it. They don't want to hang out in here. Too dark in here.
Put her in the Israelite room.
That's right. If they think it's too dark in here, maybe they feel like it's too dark. You know?
So I don't like when
I think a lot of people get offended over that. See me, I don't.
I do. I start checking my pockets frequently.
I think, I don't know why people be in their feelings about these basic conversations. Like, these conversations are not even that serious. Like,
And we're not gonna change your life. You can still leave and still do what you want to do. Like, there's nothing you can do about it.
I am. I'm open about this shit, but I'm different about. Y'all make fun of me about it. I'm not out there.
Well, I've been studying virology since 2008, and the amazing thing is that most people do not get that sick from.
You know what I'm saying? And Iran has the technology to fucking attack all of these oil reserves. And if they do that, I mean, they'll be out of business. They'll have to shut down the business, shut down the country. Saudi Arabia will be out of money. Because they have all this money invested in like a whole bunch of different countries. America, you have other countries that they have invested money in. So, they have to keep making X amount of money, be able to operate and be able to donate and do this and that and that, And if they don't have any money coming in, and I used to think that why are you such fucking relying on oil? Why don't you open up your own thing? Like, all countries, they found a way.
They're trying. We're all my thing,
as soon as he got a Canadian passport. You know, his income went up, his salary went up 1.5 times.
What's your origin? Where are you from?
I'll tell you about it in a smaller room. We have Zionists come back to the audience right now, like Rabbi, and we have the anonymous account that's probably recording.
It's come back. That's so funny.
Yeah.
Free speech, baby.
I know, but these idiots, they're trying to find information on it. And that's how it is. You just gotta be careful. I think they're about to do a raid. So much of police.
A lot of people are leaving TikTok, I heard.
Oh yeah, so this new app
All the
called
censorship that they have.
I downloaded this new app called Upscroll, but you know it's missing some features. Right? It's the exact copy of Instagram for right now, but you can't really do live. But you can upload videos up to 20 minutes videos. You could upload pictures. I've been doing it, every day, and I got I think up to 25, 30 followers so far in the last 2-3 days.
Where is the servers? Not in the States, are they?
Twitter. No, but the Twitter they took away. So we have that brother Suleiman Ahmad on Twitter. He's like huge. He's an investigative journalist. He did so many fucking rooms on this, I guess, as Zionist after 7th of October. He even dismantled the whole narrative, the 7th of October bullshit that they've been spreading around. You know what the Israeli IDF did? IDF is on Twitter. They put his name on one of the rockets and shot at Gaza. That's how disturbed these IDF in Israel was because of him getting. He used to have 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 people in his space every day. Yes, Rabbi.
What happened to him?
They took away, so they got triggered so badly, they mass reported him, did a whole bunch of shit, and they took away his monetization from Twitter. He's got almost 1 million followers on Twitter.
Yeah, you gotta have
So he can't monetize it. Yes, Rabbi. What do you want to say today?
No, just checking in.
Checking in? Is it attendance check?
Rabbi, I want to go to your school.
Let me put a check mark right next to your name. Hold on.
Very cool.
Let me call out everybody's name. Like Rabbi, I'm here. Let me put a check mark. Like the idiot.
So God had Zionism part of his plan, and there's a region called Israel. He named it Israel to be part of the part of his land. Is that
all of God's creation is God's creation. The point is that the place of Israel, this region, is where his descendants from Jacob were supposed to live. They just specific precepts of the Torah.
I just want to be uploading with this city.
according to fire?
Hi guys, hi Amir, hi Karna.
Right, would you like to come up and at least say hello to us, Introduce yourself, you can go back down. We don't bite here, man. It's all respect.
So fire, did you know that God is a Zionist?
If you can hang on a second, what's up with you, Brad?
Yo, what's good, Amir? Good, how are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you for coming up. I mean, I want to give you a follow back. I want to see if it's a real person. You've been on the Palestinian side? You've been supporting the Palestinians?
Of course, all the way.
All right, cool. Do you want to chime in just for Reza Pahlavi really quick? What do you think about it?
Fuck Reza Pahlavi.
Thank you for coming up. I just give you a follow back.
You gotta prove.
Anyways, Kartik, sorry I interrupted you. I just wanted to make sure he's not an AI. But it's a go on, Kartik.
I don't know, man. I'm trying to swallow this whole thing with God being a Zionist.
It's in the Torah.
That's something stupid. God is stupid as well, and it's probably black crap.
It's like how I said that, but I'm like, I don't understand. Can you point me to where it says that in the Torah, though?
God wanted his children to land in the land of Zion. It's like all throughout the books of the prophets. It's like the whole thing. It's over and over. King David, King Solomon.
Land of Zion. Land of Zion is not
Or Yeshua.
two different things. Land
No,
of
they're
Zion.
not. No, they're not. It's the same. The reason that idea comes from people may not like embrace the whole concept of God. It's a show. The creator of the universe. Our this is right.
Kartik, here's the problem with this rabbi character's position, right? So you have atheist, agnostic, right, coming into this lab, named Theodore Herzl. The Theodore Herzl didn't even come to. You have Theodore Herzl, the founding father. You have Jabotinsky, another founding father. You have Eliezer ben Yehuda, that's another founding father, because he's the one that revised the language that they speak inside Israel. Right, modern Hebrew. Shem Weizmann, you had the Rothschild, right? Majority of them, Megorian, were atheists or agnostic. Didn't believe in the scripture that this had leaves it, right? And yet they established a state. It was only like a safe zone for the Jews. That's what they wanted to do. On the ships when they were coming in, please allow us in here. Please. A lot of countries denied their ships. British denied it. U.S. in 1939 denied a ship full of 600 Jews. And their reason was that there might be some Nazis amongst them. That's why. So they denied the whole fucking ship. They're like, nope. And when they came to British Mandate Palestine, there was a lot of animosity, but some of them did welcome them.
Well, it's obvious that Black Rabbi has been drinking the Zionist Kool-Aid.
No, I'm about unity of all people.
They injected him with Zionism. When he went over there, they handcuffed him, and the man whooped him. Did you see his video?
Dennis, the bull is here. It's time for your bull rush, Dennis. Dr. Dennis's bull rush.
He was dust on his boots, she was dirt on her dress. Met in the back of a church, both a little bit red. He said, I've chased every thrill, she said, I've run every road. They laid all their plans on the altar, watched them crumble like old stone. To become true in the hand of the Father, heart into heart, under one holy name. You and me, babe, at the feet of our Maker, learning to love by the light of His grace, wisdom and truth, making one out of two by the word of the Lord of all things. He forgets where he leaves his pride. She reminds him who he is. They still argue over small things, but they always end in a kiss. Open Bibles on the table, little fingerprints on every page. They're raising up a little choir, teaching tiny hearts to praise, to become true in the hand of the Father, heart into heart, under one holy name. You and me, babe, at the feet of our Maker, learning to love by the light of His grace, wisdom and truth, making one out of two by the word of the Lord of all things. When the storms roll over the valley and the dark feels heavy alone, we remember the voice that called us, spoke our weakness into a song. I am yours, you are mine, but above us stands a higher vow.
Okay, Dennis, this is your song, Dennis. This is called Bull Rush of Holy Spirit for Dr. Dennis. Thanks for all your support over all these years, Dr. Dennis.
When you call His name, chains break off, hearts wake up, we won't be the same.
You hear this, Dr. Dennis? This is your bull rush. This is a reverse bull rush for qualified investors only. You have to have a minimum of $250,000 cash. That means you got to have a minimum of about $2 million. This is the Kosher Shekel Fund.
Name on the door frame, heaven in His voice.
No, neither did you or I, Bob.
I'm going to get the place. I mean, like, fuck this horse race. Finish the stream. I'll be on the 105.
Oh, it's John. How you doing, John?
I'm good, John. How are you doing?
I'm doing excellent, sir. What about you?
John, what have you noticed about your life whenever you meet another John? Are you happy that you know another John? Because I love all the Johns that I know, and really I love them because of our name. And if you read the Bible, I mean, our good name is right there, and it's the precursor to the Messiah. It's such a consequential name. It's almost as important as Jesus itself.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but
Are you? No, he baptized Jesus. His head was cut off for Christ's sake. It's an important metaphor. It is the precursor to the Messiah. It's in the book. Our name. I'm just saying, it's something to always remember. Even if your name is Mark. I know people named Luke. Why do you think Luke Skywalker is Luke Skywalker, my friend? It's in the book.
there's probably something behind it. A lot of those things are very interesting, but yeah, no, actually, John, you know, when there's other Johns, this is when I was a very small child. We had this church that we went to, and there was about 6 or 7 kids, 6 or 7 only, and there were 3 John Lees in there. So we had to go by John Lee 1, John Lee 2, and John Lee 3, and I was John Lee 3. This is how common the name is. Not only John, but John Lee. I went to Rio one time in Las Vegas, and there was, I forgot what he says. I think it's a room of like 6,000 or something like that. But 40 of them were registered under John Lee. I said, how is that even possible? Right? Must have been a bunch of Koreans at a convention. Who knows what? I don't know. But yeah, this name is so common that I have to throw in my middle initial all the time, just to parse it out. But yeah, and just the first name John, not just my last name. I see Johns all the time. Everyone. Well, there's another John.
It's feng shui. It's feng shui or gematria. 4 is the number of letters in John, and Lee is 3. So 4 times 3 is 12. 12 is 1 plus 2 is 3. So it's all about the feng shui or the connection between numbers and names.
And one thing, John, I just launched a YouTube channel a few hours ago. And according to Bob, I need 50 subscribers in order to screen what I'm doing. This is
pin your link.
My community.
Pin it.
It's in the chat.
Well, can you pin it? Because then I can just click it. I can't, I'd have to go to the browser, then go back to the YouTube.
I could pin it, but
Food for Christ Ministries?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was Fool.
Well, this is something different. This is for the clubhouse only. Now, the Food for Christ Ministries is actual offline and something on the street.
See, I can't get to it. See, you gotta pin it because you have to make these things quick, easily, and accessible to people that want to click.
I agree.
That means just go to your YouTube, copy and paste it, and go back to here and update your link. It's very simple to do. You know, you got 22 more minutes left. Make the most of your opportunity now.
Okay, you talked me into it, sir. So I'm gonna copy the link.
John, my favorite part of your 2-hour clown house experience every morning in your full room is your closing prayer. That's my favorite part. You know, I really feel the positive vibrations in your closing prayer. So I thank you, sir.
You know what? Started this actually. There's a guy by the name of JJ. He actually recommended that I do that. And I said, that's a good idea. And I did that. And then I added to that by opening prayer. And I think, and along with, that's why I was so reluctant to change this end link here because I want the Bible passage, there all the time. But I'll do
what you said, and at the end of the day to
You'll have 50 subscribers before you can blink.
we'll see. I think a lot of people will want to view what I'm doing, and so I think you're right. I think that'll probably happen because I think there's a lot of people motivated to want to watch a live stream, and it's not dependent upon me. It's dependent upon them to subscribe. And so I've been reluctant for many. I've seen YouTubers like my friend James Tired. I was one of his first 100 subscribers, and he has I don't know how many tens of thousands right now. And I've known John Kerry. I've known a lot of people. Jake the Muslim physician. Whole bunch of people that they have like tens of thousands, even over 100,000 viewers now, are subscribers. But I was always averse to it. The monetization really rubbed me wrong. I did not whatsoever want to be involved in that. But this, I'm okay with because I know every dime is going to go help feed the homeless. And so there's no administration cost for me. There's nothing. I don't want anything. This every single dollar coming in here is going to go to buy something for the homeless to feed them because there are a lot of needy people in my neighborhood, in my community. And I know it's not maybe not part of your community, but I'm thinking about possibly expanding at a different day to like maybe Wednesdays at a place in Santa Ana. Or no, it's not Santa Ana, the city of Orange. At a park there. Very much a lot of needy people there. And I know that because I have an RV and I go to parks a lot to just hang out. It's like, man. They're just there all day. They look pretty bummed out. I think they would enjoy me. So, this is what I want to do. And hopefully, if you guys participate in any manner, I'd appreciate it. Even if you pray for it and you see things grow, you can feel a part of it. And I'm excited about this. I'm excited about this because, like, number one, like, when I think about it and all the things that I've done in my life, like, this is what I want to do. So it feels great to know what one really wants to do. And
when he calls your name, every shadow heals. Heaven in his voice, courage in his eyes. Dr. Death, all rush of Holy Spirit, breaking every chain. He walks inside.
Is that Augustus? Yo, what up, Augustus? Hello? That is like probably, you know, if you're in the military, you got to have a secret passcode to get into the perimeter, you know? So, like, if you're approaching, you know, a soldier and it's your base, it's like you got to have a call sign. So it's the ultimate call sign. Hello? Because think about that, like the German, the French, the Italian, like if they can't do that back without an accent, you know that they're not part of the hello gang, basically.
Oh my God, that is hilarious.
It is funny, isn't it? Yeah, right?
Yeah, AJ.
Oh, AJ. well, that's like supposed to. And is it? Oh, I see.
Working on a website design today.
You know, I made one for Kennedy.
Really interested in this. So they're going to go into beta test
if you want to become an early user, early adopter to it, I'll hook you up. Yeah, I'm down to try anything, you know. So, find your mentor, and basically, sign up and courses that people pay monthly fees to take. Mm-hmm. So you could like it could be anything. It could be like you could teach people about the books that you read. Mm-hmm. It's like a book reading class, and people will sign up for like $10 a month or whatever to join you. I'm just doing their web design right now as like a contract, and they loved it so much they were like, "Can you do our marketing next, and we'll give you a percentage of the company, the salary." Oh wow. Yeah, and I'm just like, yo, let's just get this thing out the door because I want to start offering classes. I got a couple ideas, so I'm gonna teach people how to use the AI video and AI imagery artwork programs. So it'll be like this week you can learn how to use Midjourney. Next week you learn Nano Banana. The next week you learn Chat LGBT. Yeah. I've seen, you know, like people like $50 a month or whatever, and then promote it on my Instagram and on my X Spaces. Yeah, I've seen these types of like, you know, university or subscription or access to this, you know, publishing. And the thing is, I'd be happy. I don't have the patience. I think it sucks. I've never even been able to successfully create an account. I've like once, you know, and I uploaded a long, you know, I'll be happy. I have so many videos I can upload. I've been doing Sora now on like 20 phones. I have so many. Just go on Sora and type in John Kitover, and you're gonna laugh your ass off. Well, like a great example of what you can do with this new emerging tech is offer people a class on how to make the cool Sora stuff. And charge people, you know, $10 a month. And I'm gonna invite Michael up. So I just met Michael maybe like a week or two ago through my friend Dustin Stockton, who's in Florida. Michael is in Florida as well, and we've been in communications via email. I'm gonna invite him up. Can you send him an invite? Yeah, I sent it to him. My invite worked. He's up. Hey, what's up, Michael? Hey, man. What's going on, bro? How are you? I'm good, man. I'm good. Just catching up on my first time. Hey, Michael.
Hey, man. You in Chicago?
Yep.
Right on. Yeah, I live down here in Southwest Florida, down in Fort Myers. We have quite a bit of contingency of folks from Chicago area down here.
Yeah.
You guys get running for Congress. Jim Oberweis. You know Jim?
Mr. Oberweis.
Yeah, Jim Oberweis. We also have Catalina Louth. She ran against Jim up in Illinois.
John ran for Congress out in Chicago. I'm still running. I'm a write-in candidate.
What are you not running as a Republican?
I am, but they removed me from the ballot. Insufficient signatures, so I'm a write-in candidate.
God. Fucking I don't know how you guys deal with the politics up there, bro. I can imagine that. I mean, I live in the complete opposite bubble that you guys live in, right? Or that you live in. You know, it's nothing but Democrats up there. We don't have any elected Democrats here. Not at the local, not at the state or, you know, national level. I mean, we live in a very conservative bubble down here.
Yeah, in the country.
Bro, I saw your fucking email, man. What are you talking about? That's kick ass. You're working with Kennedy, man. That's pretty impressive, man.
Thank you. Yeah, and basically, man, like, we moved out here so my wife could help him out at HHS. And she, you know, is like a political appointee. You know, when this gig is up, if he gets impeached or,
now's the time for us to start building relationships there if we want to be there in 2 years, full time. So what you said in your reply, and listen, man, one hand washes the other. We both wash the face, right? Anything I can do for you, anything you can do for me, we'll help each other, along the way.
Yeah, no, absolutely, bro. Yeah, so, I spent so I was born and raised in Palm Beach County, and, I live over here on the southwest coast now, 2 hours south of Tampa, and 2 hours west of West Palm Beach, Fort Lauderdale, the Gulf of America, baby. And, I'm still a licensed real estate broker, so if you guys want to come down here and purchase real estate, you can actually do it using Bitcoin or Ethereum. Right, I'm a certified crypto real estate broker. But I got into politics back in 2019, leading up to the 2020 election, and at that time, I had, I watched fake news. I thought Fox News, which is the same as fake news. Very conservative. Yeah, I was a registered Republican at 18 years old, but I never got off the couch to help a Republican. But when Trump came, that was totally different. Being in real estate, I had traveled, to Atlanta and other places and went to conferences where Trump spoke at, regarding real estate back to the early 2000s. Yeah, 100%. So I went down. I had a friend of mine. We all get together and have breakfast at this little place every morning. I grew up outside the city, so it's kind of rural. Laid back a little bit, but the guy who owned the restaurant, he was like, Michael, he goes, every time you come in here, you start running your mouth. He goes, you captivate the room, and you get everybody fired up. And he goes, why don't you go down and join the local Republican Party? And I was like, what? I was like, there's a local Republican Party? I lived here for 25 damn years. I never knew that. It just goes to show you how well the Republican Party messages, right? So anyway, I went down there and I met with the chairman and the secretary, and I was like, look, I'm here to, help President Trump win the 2020 election. And they go, oh, that's awesome. We need, great Republicans to help get all of our Republicans reelected. And I was like, I don't give a shit about that. I was like, I'm here for Trump. And that was kind of like the shot across the bow. Well, 2 years later, they voted me in as chairman and kicked those people out. And, the rest is history. I worked for Lieutenant General Flynn. I hosted a fundraiser for the president 2 years ago.
Yeah, I met General Flynn this year. I received an award from Auntie Angie's house, Angela Stanton King's organization, alongside with Robert Malone and General Michael Flynn. We all got awards, and I got to meet him there, and he gave me his phone number and everything.
Yeah, he's a good dude. He really is. He's fighting a good fight, but like a lot of people in the grassroots part of politics, they understand their country's on fire, they understand their state's on fire, their city's on fire, but there's a big difference between being grassroots and actually understanding how politics is played. That's why Trump does really well, because he's a businessman. He knows the passion and what needs to be there, but he realizes you're dealing with people who don't care about the Constitution, and they have more power, and you're going to have to sit down at the table with them and negotiate with them. You can't just walk into their office screaming and hollering and cussing them out, because you're not going to get anywhere. You're going to have to sit down and do some hardcore, tough conversation with people.
Are you in do you have any kind of relationship with the existing chair GOP?
When I sat down, I always go one turn because we just been party over.
Is that my benefactor, Luke? Get your ass up here, Luke.
Thousands of dollars in the bank.
Got my car out of fucking tow and locked downtown Chicago. Blessings to you, Luke.
They were like, oh, yeah, I'll do the chair move. And I was like, okay, we're going to have to challenge the current chair. And they're like, oh, no, we're not doing that. And I was like, okay. I was like, well, you're not the leader I thought you were. You identify a problem, but you're unwilling to do anything about it.
Health, wealth, love, look. Truth of the earth.
But the lady, who is there now.
The Skywalker.
And me and my supporters,
Search Watch your heart, Luke. You'll know it to be true.
It can't be true.
Search your feelings, Luke.
No.
To join me, Luke, and together we will strike down the Emperor and rule the galaxy!
Yeah, you can't be my father. It's impossible.
Is that the quote? I think I got the quote right. That's from Star Wars.
The state executive board committee. I know almost everybody in state politics here, and I know Joe Gruters. Me and Joe Gruters, who's the current chairman of the RNC. Me and Joe were pretty much the only two Trump guys on the state executive board during the 2024 campaign. And me and Joe worked together.
Okay, let's go back to the Fools for Christ ministry.
And if you notice, I don't even spend time anywhere else now. I don't spend time on Discord. I'm already busy doing this other thing, by the way. And so the difference is this 2 hours every morning that used to be a dread. It was like, oh man, I want to call in sick. Now it's like, oh, I can't wait to open up another room. I just want to glorify Christ. If anybody ever reads the Gospels, especially the Gospel of John, you literally see how good Jesus is. He heals. He weeps. He, basically gives us the truth. He gives us his life. He shows us the way. And I want anyone who has an ear to hear to be able to turn, understand, and see God and his kingdom first and his righteousness.
We got one live streamer. One live streamer out of like 20 phones.
All these things will be added unto us. This is the problem.
Phones you have on.
It is always truthful. It is always reliable.
Look, I have like 20 YouTube live streams going. And there's one person watching. That's it.
So anyway,
It's very boring, but Luke, is there anything you want to say? We're listening to John Lee preach. We're also listening to
flesh, the desires, like they're bankrupt, bro. But this desire, okay, let's get away from this to death. Let's start focusing on Florida. That's where it's at. So may we have a hunger and a thirst for you, my connections down there, and that we may live started and be satisfied. Really having this conversation with Dustin. And so I pray that you watch over each and every one of us. Yeah.
This is John Lee closing prayer.
That you may show yourself to be good, that we may taste and see that you are good. And be glad in it. And so I pray this in Jesus' name. Amen. And so God bless everybody. And have a blessed day.
Oh, that's the closing prayer, John Lee, everybody.
Not even locking in from a position he said he was going to lock in from. And that's one of the main issues as well. Yeah, they came to that.
It was cold as shit up there, man. I couldn't.
Yeah, it was like a snowstorm.
Bro, it was like 5 degrees. I was born and raised here in South Florida, man. We came here, we're suited up, 70, 75 for the jacket. So it was pretty tough for me last year being up there at that time, man.
We were going to get a super burger.
That's what you can do about that.
That's so funny, man. So we're gonna get a super cheesy burger and a chocolate milkshake with raw potatoes. Get the chocolate milkshake. You just want that on regular size or large regular? That's gonna take some time to cook. Listen out for when that buzzes. Just come back and get it straight away for you. Yeah.
It's the day after the full moon. Social media, back to the current weight for the most delightful cheeseburger of your life. Here at Super Dog. My car battery died. This time, off the car run here at Super Dog. She can get you one okay. Depending on
How expensive is that?
it depends on the budget.
Yeah. Well, obviously, I mean, if you have an unlimited budget, it's going to be pricey on how much you want to be on there and stuff. But, the problem is, a lot of, a lot of America First candidates, I mean, they have really good talking points, but, and God bless them, but, they have no funding. They have, very little social followings, so it's tough, to get behind those people. Not to say that they couldn't do a good job, but, when you're in a campaign, I mean, you got to have a name that's recognized in the community. You got to be able to fundraise on your own. You got to be able to get your own endorsements. That's when bigger groups, can come in and take you from, here to a lot higher level. But there's so many America First candidates that all they have is talking points. They got to be able to bring the whole package if they're truly going to compete.
Look at Fishback, he's America First, and all he's got is a Twitter account,
They got a retard, bro. I'm sorry, I'm a huge Byron Donalds fan. Byron's my congressman.
I think he's great too.
Yeah, I knew Byron before he ran for Congress.
Yeah.
Yeah, Byron's my guy. I was actually just texting with one of his close advisors this morning. Byron endorsed me back in 2023 when I was a freshman at the Republican Party of Florida. He endorsed me publicly to become the vice chairman of the state party as a freshman. And it was wild, bro, because most people were just like, man, who the fuck is this dude coming out of nowhere? I've done some things politically in 5 years that a lot of people haven't done their entire career, and it pissed off a lot of the Republicans within the own party, because they're kind of like, man, what the hell's going on here? But yeah, Fishback, he's got a lot of baggage from his life. Of course, the way that he's attacking Byron and all this other stuff, it's not going to end well for him. His fundraising's horrible.
Yeah, fundraising's in the gutter.
Yeah, it was reported that he raised $900. His first campaign filing report. Byron's sitting over here with $45 million in the bank. That's what I'm saying. These guys might have good talking points, but if you don't have a known name, whether it be through politics or be through your personal, career and work or whatever it is, the system, the way the system is set up, it just makes it that much harder for those individuals to, gain any traction.
Yeah, 100%. The one thing with Byron, though, that I think he needs help with is like his graphic design and his video. Like, he's got an amazing fundraising machine, which is 80% of a campaign. But what I think he needs help with is messaging, and I think he needs to be unafraid of debating and really get trained up.
When an action hero runs for Congress,
he's got the proper team behind him to.
I'd like to make it positive.
Being able to just slaughter in debates. So messaging, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, Byron relies a lot on going on, Fox News and national news and stuff like that. I get it. I mean, he's, a high profile figure, I reached out to Byron and I was like, I got the president.
Something happened to
the president to come and speak. And I was like, I know some people. I'm good friends with Roger Stone. Got him to come over here. backstage with the president and Byron, I had already knew, years ago that Byron was going to run, for governor. It came down between J.D. Vance and Byron. But, politically speaking, Trump didn't need Byron. He could have been helpful for the black vote, but, we don't need like two Trump guys, so Trump had to reach out to the quote unquote, other side of the party, which, J.D. Vance was, declared never Trumper, to try and unite the party a little bit. Plus, Don Jr. was really pushing because they're good friends. But I knew Byron was going to be running for governor, and when I was in that room with the president and Byron's kids came into the room back to this, and Jimmy's boy ran all the way across the room and jumped up into President Trump's arms, and I looked at Byron and I was like, no shit. I was like, man, you got it like that, bro? He goes, yeah, me and the president are really close. So when the president came out and said, hey, I know somebody who would be really awesome for the next governor of Florida, that would be Byron Donalds. That was kind of like a setup. That was already like pre-planned. And then about a week or so later, that's when Byron actually announced. But, he's got the national following. He's got all that. Everyone knows who he is here locally. But, I understand he doesn't want to get into debating, with Fishback and Jay Conway and Paul Mayer and shit like that because he's so far ahead of the curve. But we're still early. I'm sure there'll be a governor debate. There's no doubt about that.
I would love to work on his campaign, man. I think that...
Yeah, the people who ran in his campaign were the guys that were heavily involved with the president's campaign. President Trump basically gave him his presidential campaign and said, here you go.
Got it. Yeah, I would love to work with the president. I don't know.
Yeah, I'd like to see Kennedy do a lot more than he's done. Or to be honest with you. He came out and said, hey, let's get rid of, big pharma from advertising on television. Like they got rid of, tobacco from advertising. I'd love to see it. You look at the network televisions, bro, that's like 60-70% of all their advertising comes from big pharma. If you could do that, you could probably stop a lot of the biased fake news, the shit that comes out because they're heavily supported by big pharma.
100%, dude. I want to see a whole bunch of crazy shit happen, like the 5G shit. That shit's got to go. The chemtrails have got to go. I mean, you name it. I'm pushing it. I have an Instagram that has like 235,000 followers on it, and it's basically an RFK support channel. And what I do is I'm like, do you support him banning, something, right? Something he hasn't talked about yet. And people are like, yeah. And then I'll float it by his team and be like, yo, look, everybody wants him to do this. And people would support that. So then he'd be like, okay, let's work on that. And we did it with Coca-Cola first. And then we did it with that I'm like kind of pushing in the background on the social media side, right? And getting like 100,000 people to get behind it, because some of them like they'll go viral, it'll be like 100,000 likes, 2 million, 3 million views,
Yeah. So John, what are you up to with your campaign? Who are you running against?
I'm running against Darren the Hood in the 16th district, which is like Rockford, Peoria, Bloomington, Normal. It's the top and center of Illinois. It's the 6th sim. Hello.
This is his first time doing it. And I've encouraged him to do it. He's not doing like the best job. John's doing it with his job and with the right intention. And I'm happy that he's getting into local politics. And while he asked me to work on his campaign, and I wasn't able to do that, I think what he's
doing is great, you know?
Yeah, 100%, man. We need people to step up. You know, it's critical that, you know, people that have the passion and, you know, mentality to be a leader, you know, step up and lead, because that's what we're missing in this country.
Yeah, he's a friend of mine. We met on another app called Clubhouse. Have you ever heard of that?
No, I've heard of it. I wasn't around when it was popular.
Yeah, I was a beta tester on it with him, and we made friends back then. Yeah, I ended up growing a channel on there that got to like 100,000 followers. And that's where I met a lot of people in politics, a lot of people, you know, it was pretty cool when it was popular, but now it's ghetto.
Is it still around today?
Yeah, it's still around today, but it's like predominantly black and a lot of like white hate on there. Like, I'll go into a room and they'll be like, look at this mayo monkey. And just like, wow, straight up like white hate, bro. It's pretty crazy. So I don't go on there anymore.
You should make me a mod if you can in preservation of the human race, because that chick, Make It Pop, bro, those are the most pointless, schizo, stupid conversations in the fucking world.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough nowadays. So I've abandoned it. I gave everything over to my friend, who runs it now, my channel, and I'm just focused on my business.
Spaces that are kind of like that. There's a couple of groups that's, you know, kind of like all black, and they get together and they, you know, basically do nothing except, you know, bash white people, you know, from politics, you know, specifically. I've gone in there a few times and debated with them just to piss them off. And, you know, I mean, they're just so, you know,
my energy towards. I'm from Philadelphia, South Philly.
okay.
Yo, I got a quick question for you, Gustus. Did you see the new Epstein disclosures with Bill Gates and Epstein talking about, you know, coronavirus and vaccines, et cetera, in the World Health Organization?
Yeah, I hope that the pandemic works. Yeah, all that language, I saw that. This show put a bunch of stuff out about that.
Bounce, I don't know if you want to say anything, Bounce, but you've been on here a long time. You know, it's an open stage. If you have anything you want to say, just speak up. Buy Bitcoin to me, you know, I'm kind of making fun of buy Bitcoin. You know, Saylor is just like number one rule of Bitcoin is just always buy Bitcoin and never sell until, you know, even Epstein in his, you know, did you see the Bannon Epstein 2-hour interview? Did you watch it and listen to it? Yeah, even Epstein's like, he disclosed recording, and Bannon was holding that as like a blackmail beta orbiter over Epstein. But
You know, my friend Dustin used to work for him. I'm like I think he's a good guy. You know, he, you know, might have just got caught up, you know, interviewing the wrong guy.
Jeffrey Epstein. He also has a lot of ties to China as well. I don't trust him personally.
Roger Stone calls him Stinky Steve. Like, if Roger Stone hates his guts, well, fuck him. I don't like it either. I'm with Roger Stone.
Yeah, I think I'm friends with Roger.
I'm with Roger Stone.
We've had this conversation.
I'm with Roger Stone!
Yo, guys, I actually just got paid to do a Zoom. I'm going to have to jump. Michael, wow, that was great getting to know you better. And John, it was great catching up. Hopefully we can reconvene later on today. Or, Michael, I'll definitely email you back. And, John, I got you on the flip-flop, bro.
Yeah, man. Cool. Good talking with you. I'm sure about, man, there's a lot of folks in politics that just, grift. I know he's obviously not a Democrat, but, I think sometimes people get in a position, where they have the spotlight on them, and sometimes they say things, just to keep the spotlight there. I was kind of, hoping
Same way, but you know what? This recent, all the cache of all this information coming out, like, I guess there's still even more. So, at least it's not about fucking Dan. It's just one dude who's just mixed up into the craziest fucking universe of, Avengers, etc. in the world. So, I mean, but this disclosure is real, and not a lot of people have watched that Bannon Epstein interview. I think, they said it was unintentionally leaked or released, but it has been reproduced and retransmitted across so many major platforms and channels that that Epstein conversation alone is worthy of, conversation, analysis, etc., because it's like a full projection. It's like Epstein does not hold back. And the shit that Bannon says to him is so funny. And he roasts him and he calls him the devil. And he's like, why would you say that to me? He's like, you have all the attributes of the devil. Like, Bannon is sitting there like, I can't believe this fucking guy just let me record him for 2 hours. And he's sitting there pontificating about God and philosophy and mathematics. It's like, but it's...
Why don't you watch that app? You got a link for it?
Just go on YouTube, type in Epstein Bannon.
Okay.
You'll find it. It's everywhere. It's on the biggest channels. Everybody has republished it. The biggest channels, because they can monetize that. It's like a, so many people around the world are intrigued by this. And it is an actual, it's almost like Epstein went on the Joe Rogan podcast and they sat there and talked about the global economy, finance, fiat currency, fractional reserve banking, everything. Like, there's on YouTube, you can view the actual transcript. And so I was screenshotting the transcript because it's so unbelievable. What? If you look at it out of context, you're like, what? Like, you can't believe it. Hello? Anyways, yeah, you got to spend some time and watch it and think about it, because he's actually talking about Epstein because he's talking about the mystery of life itself, meaning how does this whole giant system work? From Wall Street to the military to taxation to everything. Like, how is it all happening? He's sitting there talking about that shit.
Yeah, that's wild. I haven't really paid too much attention until, everything started coming out about him. But I was never really politically engaged, all that much up until 2020.
Well, I helped. In Chicago, I helped, organize for Trump in 2015. We were creating fake book groups, Chicagoans for Trump. So we were very excited to see, him come down the elevator and issue his, proclamation. I mean, we couldn't believe it. We were like, this is the real solution. This is the real deal. Not this hope and change lies of Obama, who's just a fucking CIA agent married to a trans. I mean, the fiction is the truth. Like, the fiction is like so strange. We can't believe what's been happening, let alone we're $40 trillion in debt, 10,000 soldiers later, 25 years of war to rearm Afghanistan with 60 billion of our equipment and to withdraw like that. What the fuck? I mean, I guess, you know. Crazy. They should have destroyed everything. They never should have left them all those weapons. It's insane.
Yeah. You know, you gotta stop and think about it. 07, 08, man. You know, if it wasn't for George Bush and all the bullshit that, you know, those guys did, the war hawks, the establishment GOP, I mean, we had, you know, Ronald Reagan, you know, then it started going downhill from there. You know, we had George Bush Sr. Look how our country has deteriorated just since 2007, 2008, over the past 20 years. You know, my daughter, she's 17. She was born in 2008, you know, when Obama was president. All she's ever known was Obama, Trump, you know. And, but of course, you know, Barack had the first, you know, 8 years, and Trump had 4 years. Barack had the last 4 years with Biden. You know, now Trump's in there again. And that was one of the things that got me off the couch and wanted to get involved politically, because I was sitting on my back porch one day in 2019, and you know, I had saw everything leading up to that over the past years prior, and I was looking through the sliding glass doors, looking at my daughter, and she was in the house, and the little girl. And I was just sitting here thinking, "Good Jesus Christ! I mean, what the fuck happened to our country, right?"
Dude, 9/11, man.
Media is so biased.
It's 9/11. 9/11 fucked everything up. It tilted the fucking. It reset the whole game.
Shit, you know.
Well, I'm talking about really where we're at now in terms of the national debt, meaning that there's no debt jubilee. Like, if you're born today, wow, BOA just gave you $1,000, but you were just born with $450,000 in debt. What? Hello? Like, the numbers don't lie, and most politicians can't talk the numbers. They don't know the actual balance sheet, and they don't realize that the system, like, it's got $1 trillion and $200 trillion in debt. You know what I'm saying? Like, but at scale, from the towns to the cities to the Fed, like, the amount of debt. And if you just go to usdebtclock.org and you look at, you know, what the total debt is per citizen, no one can stop working because everyone has to service the debt. Like, that's the debt bubble. Because it's the property taxes. I mean, you pay property taxes. You know, you work in real estate. You see how property taxes drain. It's not an asset; it's a liability. Over 10 years, you know, there goes 100,000 plus. Bye.
No.
But
you know, our whole country's got a lot of work to do, you know, and we need to have people that can stand up and speak out and be unafraid to do it, you know. But the biggest obstacle they got is, you know, overcoming the machine. And by the machine, I mean, you know, the way the system's actually set up, it's almost damn near impossible to, you know, be an incumbent because they have so much money backed by them, you know, not only, you know, through their own campaigns, but...
Yeah, but look at Ron Paul. Look at Ron Paul. Look at Bernie Sanders. These are independents. Do you know how much Bernie Sanders has raised over his career? And he's still nonstop the biggest propagandist on the internet. He has raised $750 million since just the year 2000. So he's the biggest Shylark of them all. Because did you see what he... Anyways, we could go on and on, but... dude, there are black swan characters who break through, but I'm not one of them. Like, I can't get virality, but you know who does is Augustus and his wife. They literally, in some ways, they helped Trump get into the White House because they were with Kennedy, and they were instrumental to Kennedy's messaging distribution. And without them, I don't think Kennedy would have achieved the communication successes that he did. He was pretty groundbreaking. And then he just threw it all in for Trump. But even the Democrats in every city still literally kept him on the ballot to try to cipher Trump votes for Trump. So, but he still pushed it because he was able to let everybody know, vote Trump. So, you know, regime change is real. And I'm just like, to me, when you really think about all the shit that Trump went through, let alone having his ears shot off, and like, if you think about how the Democrats and the liberals, like, he's just one man against like 99%. You see what I'm saying? So like it's a miracle that he is our president. Just in the same way that it was a miracle that Obama, with everything you know about him, is what became the fucking president. Like it is like a movie where the Praetorian Guard just hoists up some new schmuck, and next thing you know, we got a new schmuck, Caesar, for 4 years. Because even Clinton's success is a miracle because of his relationship with Bush. Like the fact that there is stuff about Bush being a cannibal is like, I don't believe it. Like I can't believe it. You know, there's things that I just can't believe. Like, why is it?
Can't believe or don't want to believe. You know, I mean, is society that fucked? Is a good question.
There's just no way. Like it's got to be fake. There's no way somebody would eat intestines with children feces. Like I don't. Is it just like a joke? Like because it's just a communication screenshot, right? I mean, anyways.
We're in a fifth generation war. It's all
Yeah,
about information nowadays. You know, and controlling the minds of people.
Yep, I agree. See, that's the type of. It's like proven that these social audio or TikTok in particular and other platforms can actually.
You know, read the article. You know, clickbait is real. They try and capture you with, you know, these headlines, but if you actually read the article, you know, it'll actually probably contradict the headline. You know, but people are for instant gratification. They want to be the first to reshare it. They want to be the first to go out here and talk about it. Like, for example, you know, I have a good friend of mine. I work with the RWA group, a real world, you know, asset in crypto. And, you know, these guys, they're crypto people, but, you know, not really, but they are. X. And I was like, did you guys look at Satoshi's wallet? No, we didn't do that. I was like, well, then you shouldn't be out here sharing stupid shit like that. I was like, the guy hasn't sold 11,000 Bitcoin. I go, that would be like fucking earth-shattering news if Satoshi's wallet moved. And then, just last night, the second night in a row, the same dude's like, oh my God, did you see, you know, are you sure that Satoshi the wallet didn't sell 11,000 Bitcoin? And he posted another article off of X, and I clicked on it and I read it, and it said Satoshi era whale sold 11,000 Bitcoin. I go, did you even read the headline? I go, it says Satoshi era, you know, meaning the time frame of OG Bitcoin people, whale, who got into Bitcoin earlier sold 11,000 Bitcoin. I go, but also read the article because it says he sold, right? I was like, and then contradicted to this article that says a whale from the Satoshi era, sold 11,000 Bitcoin in November of 2025, right? 2 months ago. And those 11,000 Bitcoin that he sold in November was worth $1.3 billion. And the article that you just posted said 11,000 Bitcoin sold yesterday was valued at $850 billion. How did we go up, 850% in value just in 2 months on the price of Bitcoin? It's like, you fuckers need to you need to stop sharing shit like this because it ain't nothing but misinformation and clickbait, bro. And that's what these guys do on X. Engagement. They're only trying to get people to comment and repost their shit so Elon can write them a bigger check every month.
Yeah, it's pick and choose as you please, you know. There's just never-ending clickbait, and people want to play. There's just an infinite number of hosts, an infinite number of. I have a feeling that like every single clickbait title that has ever been created has already been, you know, like there's just nothing new. So that's why I say you're the fool if you don't realize how stupid all this is, because your life is your choice. You know, the content that you choose to consume or create is up to you. But that is the cool thing now about our age, where if you look at the television and how everyone was just completely hypnotized by the TV, now you can reverse it and you can actually become the star of your own show. So that's also part of the clickbait. You know, technically everything is just a spam and a clickbait scam at this point. Like, we know we live in a Ponzi scheme backed up by the biggest mafia in the world with the greatest nuclear arsenal the planet's ever seen. So enjoy the ride, you know, but you have to choose how you want to play this game, because it is political, and the debt is political. Everything's political. Everything.
Yeah. You never realize how much politics actually plays into everyday society.
Yeah.
If you stop and think about it,
It's very hard to catch because most people don't get involved in political communication. But when you get involved in it, you realize, oh no, a lot of these Congress people, senators, the House, and they're criminals. They are charlatans who won't even. And the whole thing. I was looking at the top earmarks in the top 25 congressional districts. Dude, if you could bring in a $200 million contract for a special project in your district, you're a fucking hero. You made people in your district money.
That's how people just continuously reelect people. Because like Trump said, I love the poorly educated. Well, that's like 99% of the country. Because most people don't really care about politics, unless it affects them in their front yard. If it doesn't stop at their front door, the price of milk, the price of gas, they don't give a fuck if some politician uses a slush fund that's created by Congress, to pay off their sexual, harassment lawsuits and shit like that. But when you start digging deeper, you realize that Congress established their own slush fund. And congressmen and women use that slush fund to pay off their own sexual harassment cases. People got to do a lot better. This country's going to hell in a handbasket. Trump's not going to save us all. I think he's just kind of like, the first person to get out here and really, raise the awareness of, hey, look, if you guys can't get out here and fight for this country, it ain't going to be around here much longer. On that note, bro, I gotta get rolling. I got some things I gotta get done and get wrapped up before 4 o'clock today. But John, man, it's nice meeting you, bro. It really was.
Yeah, likewise.
Appreciate you jumping up in here, bro.
I bought a Mercedes convertible once down in Tampa, Sarasota from eBay, and man, I love that car. I should have kept the car and ditched the girlfriend, but nice chatting with you.
Yeah, man, right on. Hope to see you soon.
Okay, God bless. Take care.
All right, see you.
All right, Deco, I don't know if you want to say anything, but this is the Buy Bitcoin Room, hosted by John and Augustus Michael here. Hope you guys have a great afternoon.
I'm tired of hearing Islam's their last.
Nobody said you're 22, Rusty. Nobody said you're 22.
Okay, but fucking listen, fool.
Yeah, but you gotta listen to me. You gotta hear me out as well. Come on,
Alright,
Rusty.
fool, listen, bro. Like I said, I'm only 21. Since a little girl, I came here in this America. I'm from the United States. Came here when I was a 10-year-old little girl, bro. They all my fucking siblings because they said my siblings are terrorists because their last name Islam.
But she's he spoke up against you because you get arrested and you get thrown in the prison and you get
That's how the Jamal party works, yeah.
yeah. So just letting people know. Rusty, I'm not educating people, right?
That's good. That's what I'm here for, man. What country you from?
You don't have to crash out. You know what I'm saying? Just calm down.
Yeah, what country you from, brody?
I'm from all over the world. I hold my Muslim identity above my whatever country I'm from. Because I look at everybody to be my part of the same ummah. You know what I'm saying?
Alhamdulillah, man.
This is why that person is so famous. And
So it was not that thing in Motown? You mean the modern music that she sang? Later in the years?
it was back from that day. It was
okay.
that I had never heard of.
Wow.
I only if you only hear the top 40 radio versions of people, then you never unless you buy the album and listen to
Yeah.
back
you remember the song?
And listen to the whole thing? I'll look it up.
Yeah, great. I want to know if I know the song. Maybe I don't know either. But I know a lot of songs from her.
Like session musician and going on stage with random people. And this one time he was asked to cover a track that was really, really felt like a pop track that was really famous and that he really hated. And as he was learning, he was complaining to, I think it was his mentor, who was, I can't remember who that was either, but he was complaining to him like, oh, I hate this music and all this kind of stuff. And I pulled him up and he said, listen, it doesn't matter. First of all, you're a musician. Second of all, you're contracted to play this. But the third thing, and the big one, is that this song has touched millions of people. It's a good song to millions of people. So get behind it, whatever your personal biases are, I thought,
Take a good chance.
Exactly, yeah.
The women has to.
Robert, did you say that you listening to them?
No, I was listening to it. I've done it quite recently.
Oh, like that. Okay.
Yeah, long form interviews on Get Ready For. I had quite an interesting journey last year with You Put a Spell on Me. I listened to about 5 different versions of that from the very original all the way up through various covers and stuff, and I don't think there's one I don't like.
What do you say? You like them all?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Great.
It's a terrific song.
The song I was thinking of was not a song, actually.
Yeah.
And it was Love to Love You Baby.
I love to love you, baby. Yeah, I know all the songs. And you thought...
Robert, have you heard that? Robert, have you heard the Marilyn Manson version of that?
Do you know what? I don't think I have. Thank you. I'll look for it.
Now there's a 6 version you can listen to of that.
Brilliant. Thank you. Appreciate that. I'll listen to it before he gets in prison for some dodgy sex offences that he's up for the match.
So anyway, did you listen to the rest of the music from Donna Summer? It was really disco. Because this from those days.
Yeah, when I hear a song that I like and I've never heard before, or I just maybe never heard it in that way, I'll almost always go find the album that was on and then listen to the whole album. And I did do that. This was a couple years ago for that particular song.
Yeah.
And then I started listening to I started doing more like soul and Motown kind of like
yeah, I love it.
And fucking love it. That's some good stuff. And it's stuff that because I was, this is my thing, and other people listen to their thing, and you kind of form your identity around it.
Was that Cheap Trick? I Want You Want Me? Cheap Trick?
Yeah.
I was 13 or something. I don't know.
Yeah, Live at Budokan album.
Yeah, that Live at Budokan was I had that on vinyl, and it was one of my first. I don't think it was my first purchase, but it was one of my first purchases.
My first was the Rubettes. Do you know the Rubettes? Sugar Baby Love. Remember that one? That was my first record at ABBA Waterloo from my sister for my birthday.
My sister had
I listened to that a lot.
Yeah, my first was Cake Machine, Juice Priest.
Oh, Juice Priest, I know.
Yeah.
I don't know his music.
Yeah, right in the deep end. In fact, the first time I went to see as well, and I've never quite addressed this with him, but I think I was 13 or 14, and I broached the night, and my mum didn't say anything, but Dad went, absolutely not. Are you going to have
Tell me what his name tastes like.
16? No way.
Oh, yeah.
The following morning, I don't know what happened that night. I've never.
I'll start at 200 for the whole thing.
Came down. My dad went off to work. My mum came down for breakfast, and she said, "Go get yourself a ticket."
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Did she go with you?
Persuaded. Good on her. And that that was it. Then that was Scorpions, UFO, Queen, the whole thing. The whole kit caboodle is brilliant.
And did she go with you, or did you go with a friend?
No, with this group of friends. My mum would never have gone to that. Now I spent with a couple of mates, so we just became kind of regulars. And we were thinking about this the other day. It was kind of at the time when it was an affordable thing to do for a schoolboy to go to 2 or 3 gigs a month,
Oh, okay.
But now they're like £50, £60 a ticket.
Yeah.
It's out of reach for a lot of people.
And they were played in smaller places, so you can be at the front, and they know you, they see you, that was in those days.
I'll start at 200 for the whole thing.
What's right here?
I got 20. Do I hear 25? 30.
Time to see what's behind door number 1. I'm running for Congressman for our neighborhood.
Here's an authenticity card without like a regular job. 10% off roller skates. Great. Now I'm like, cheap.
Gentlemen, our national debt is out of control. I think I lost my authenticity.
Yeah?
Did you check under the couch cushions?
I'm still losing. The laundromat, the post office, I don't feel like me without it.
John, you can't misplace yourself.
Oh God, wait, this isn't my sword.
Is that a loaf of bread? Keep laughing. It's all right.
Life, yet surprisingly sturdy.
Forget it. I yield. I am not fueling a pastry.
Good, anybody got one?
God.
Oh God, wait, this isn't my sword.
Is that a
I'm here on the farm. I get up before the sun.
Oh, that's it.
Folks always ask me about the legends in Congress, like the senator who filibustered 24 hours for 6 months. Now that's endurance and bladder control. They're 1450.
Well, that seems right. That's right. I don't even know the Rocker Room is, but.
No, me either. Who's that?
I just.
There's another John has got a soundtrack, I think.
Are we serious?
Huh?
Am I the only one where have you been?
I'm good, man. How you doing? What was your first concert, Benjamin? Was it like Elvis Presley or?
Dean
My
Martin.
first concert, and essentially every concert that I went to when I was a kid, was the Monterey Bay Symphony Orchestra playing at the Sherwood Center in Salinas, California. Now, the special concerts would have been a chamber group playing in Carmel for musicians.
That makes a lot of sense.
I just want to say, remember, now we're going to stand.
You get punched to make that explain a lot of things.
What's that?
Yeah, it totally does.
It does.
Did you get divided into many parties at that time?
Invited to a party. Like, that was a concept that didn't quite fly in my cult community.
No, we know.
We did have things, and we had fun, and we had parties.
Did you have debutante parties?
No, we celebrated the
And
birth
tuxedo,
of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
He's a tuxedo
The flesh
party.
to save us from our lustful and sinful state.
Sinful state? What do you mean?
Chamber music, that's just the word.
That's
I would just put some tape over Jesus's eyes.
Like, it won't bother you, Jesus, but you can't see.
Oh,
Do you think that Jesus hung out with Epstein? I feel like if Jesus was around, he'd be in the Epstein file.
No.
He was waiting at the gate.
I don't think he'd be.
If Jesus were alive today, he'd be living in Cuba.
Why?
Yeah, no, I'm leaning with Benjamin. He might actually be on the Epstein files then, because State of Israel, insert yada yada conspiracy. Jesus would have been assassinated by Israel already.
I think what I was saying is
Folks always ask me about.
Maybe it's even more.
Folks always ask me about the legends in Congress, like the senator who filibustered.
Jesus is way too Jewish to have been left off of the Epstein files. I think that's what I always.
Yeah.
You don't know.
Damn. No, listen.
Folks always ask me about the. I'm here on the farm.
With all the strippers in the home.
I'm here on the.
And then the king, like, get this guy out of here. He knows too much. Obviously, hailed all the kings.
Right? So, like, history doesn't repeat itself, but some rhymes.
It rhymes.
Steenberg.
So I have this theory that, you know how the Catholics had this whole scandal with the priests?
I'm here on the phone.
Which one?
Yeah, we
Several are rolling. Like, I don't know how many files there are in the Catholic priest abuse files.
They lose it. The longer that, the post office,
I suppose.
they lose it.
There's got to be a very 3 million files there, right? And I feel like every religion gets their scandal, and like
They lose it. They lose it.
Catholics have theirs, Protestants have the same problem. And now we have the Epstein files. You know what I'm saying? Like,
And who made our problems? People.
I think I lost my attention.
All you had to gentleman Artie was just not get gentleman out by some underage girl. But you couldn't resist, could you?
He couldn't even put on a condom. Because he got the herpes.
Gentlemen, our national debt is out of control.
Closet, let's see what you've been hiding from me all these years.
He's like, happy anniversary, wife. Here's herpes.
That makes him such a fucking hypocrite.
Closet, let's see what you've been hiding.
Fucking public health policy. How hard disease to your wife? Dude, shut the fuck up. Never mention a goddamn thing. Ever. I never want to hear a goddamn thing from Bill Gates. Ever again. As soon as he comes on TV, I'm like, fuck this crap. Turn it off. I'm like, I'm not interested. It's like, practice what you
it's
push.
hard to see that face, isn't it? And not think of the Epstein files.
Yes, it is impossible.
Authenticity.
So here's how the Epstein files hit home for me. I don't know, has anybody had the Epstein files hit home?
No, I don't have it in my home.
Here's that authenticity card. I
went to my local makerspace, right? And there's a first robotics team that needs
Trying to see what's behind the door.
because they're in the 6 weeks of build season. And first thing I heard when the kids come in is, so 2 things happened this week, something, and Dean Kamen was in the Epstein files. He's the founder of Curse. He's also the inventor of the Segway, as you know. And he's kind of a queer little guy that works on like weird projects, a lot of like safe water questions and things like that.
What's right here?
I've got founder of the First, this organization that like only serves kids, right? Less than 18 to be in this organization. I don't know how many kids are there. Probably, I don't know, 10,000 kids, 10,000 kids.
That's a lot.
Maybe more. Anyway.
Yeah, I'll start at 200 for the old book.
He's in the files.
Wasn't Peter Thiel also connected?
Yeah, but Peter Thiel has no connection to me. So does anybody have any like real world contact with the Epstein files? That's what I'm asking.
You might be the only one in this room.
I'm the only one.
You're not. I just can't say who the people. As there's like, listen.
Not the only one that knows.
Every incubator, every accelerator is going to have this because that's how the apparatus was constructed. It's about infiltration and dissemination and spreading. You know, so you want to spread this.
I'll start at 200.
Same way that Bill Gates spread the STD. You just want to make sure that's it.
An accident, and that Epstein is taking the person.
You don't get a meeting with Ehud Barak if you're nobody. Heard that recording, yeah? Former Israeli president getting financial advice from Epstein.
And staying in his apartment.
Yeah, and how does that happen? Like, okay,
like, you're good at blackmailing people. Obviously, you're going to get recruited by an intelligence agency. I wonder who's going to recruit you. And so whether or not he's an actual operative or working for the state, like, I've just come to the conclusion that, yeah, to really control the world, and that's a fucked up kind of thing to realize that, yeah, the really good nations play just as dark as we claim we're fighting. So hypocrisy all around. Kind of disappointing.
I had to run off on the business call. Today's kind of a fire drill at work. But I did want to say that my good friend Io is largely full of shit, and most of what he talks about is completely improbable and impractical. And this may be the least probable thing I've heard I would say in the last 3 months.
What I just said now?
The Mossad controls politicians through blackmail. I mean, that's a perfectly reasonable thing.
I mean, Netanyahu is in the files. I don't know exactly in which way.
Benjamin, your name is Benjamin. I thought it made sense.
I don't know that we've like clearly. I hope I said that this was the least improbable thing I've heard. I don't know if I said it right. Anyway, I have people have it has really sunk in for people like the gravity, like the enormity of what's going on with Epstein. It's bigger than Watergate and like Pizzagate, and just about like every other scandal in the past 2 years in the United States. It wasn't even a thing.
The funny thing about Pizzagate is that they were right in the broad strokes, but they were wrong in the details.
Exactly.
They're wrong in the details.
Yeah, Twittergate. I think Twittergate is intimately related to Epstein. And he was intelligence agencies. Infiltrated so far. This kind of explains why if you fuck around on Wikipedia, you get banned. Businessman and philanthropist, no pedophile, because the Wikipedia people kept putting it back, so we banned them all. And I was like,
I think one of the there's a few interesting things around the Epstein thing. I think I've said it before. I think what's quite fascinating is the royalty connection, because here over this side of the Atlantic you had Savile, who was like the biggest sex offender we've ever come across, and he was closely very very friendly with Prince Charles. Plus he spent I think 11 Christmases in a row at Chequers, which is the Prime Minister's sort of country residence. So that level of access, and then you've got Epstein on the other side of the pond, best friends with ex-Prince Andrew. And I saw an interview with a Metropolitan Police Royal Protection Squad guy, and he was saying, and I think this is perfectly plausible, he was saying that in order to anybody who gets within like 5 minutes of any of the senior names I can't pronounce, really deep vetting, which means that the deep vetting doesn't work or is not always applied, look the other way in these particular cases for reasons that are not apparent.
Or they get cleared because of it.
Or they get cleared.
James Bond approved.
Yeah. And then the other interesting thing, which I'm sure you know, which is the Ghislaine Maxwell father, who was Robert Maxwell, who owned the Mirror Group, which is a big newspaper group at the time.
Yeah, he was a Massachusetts or Israeli, right?
Well, he started off in Czech Republic, in Czechoslovakia. I think that's where he was born. Him and his parents came to the UK when he was quite young. He absolutely rose to prominence as a really successful newspaper guy. And like, you know, I remember there was a bit of footage on the TV years ago. I'm watching it on the news, and for me,
That's a lot of iron for this time of day.
Bunch of grandpa?
I need it on my mom.
How did this win? It was interesting because he either fell off or pushed or jumped off.
What do you think?
His private yacht in the Mediterranean, and they fished him out later. Deceased. The yacht was when after he died, they realised that he'd completely looted the pension fund of the Mirror Group. There was pretty much nothing left because he just helped himself to the whole pension fund. And then his funeral was in Jerusalem, and he had a full military Israeli funeral. Now, that then leads into Ghislaine Maxwell being...
I understand why, and I say this like generally speaking, I understand that mathematically it might be advantageous to use pedophilia to all people, but seriously, actually being the right way. I thought women like being better, not being a better piece of shit. So that to me was like the ultimate disappointment. And I'll say this, I wrote a whole fucking play about Richmond and Yahoo and like all this stuff in high school. I wanted to work for it. And then so like I was raised on this propaganda kind of.
Was not an evil, but
It's
his
almost
friend.
like
He died
it's
and
real,
it comes
like,
to it. And whenever Socrates
it's just
was in
disappointing because, you know, all the propaganda says, you know, we're better and we play better and we have better morals.
And he writes about it, discusses it, and tells of the examples of its presence. Our view comes from it, and is not that it is a use that was made after it was assumed that all these
We're all given Israel has a right to exist. Like, anything we say against Israel is just anti-Semitism, right? Everything they do it the best possible way. They don't kill people. They don't kill civilians. But the numbers lie, or like the numbers reveal themselves, right? So don't feel too bad. Like, literally, it was a campaign that was put on decades before.
Yeah, but you didn't write a play, and I did.
I made like a music video short film in high school using footage of Tel Aviv getting bombed, heavily implying that the Arabs who did it were monsters. Like, literally, we all have that stain.
For the record,
Okay, well, thank you for sharing that, because that makes me feel better.
they're worried that way, Romero, so maybe they're at you, not me.
Exception.
But it was weird, because I went to like a Catholic school as a Jew, and the school like propped up the play and everything. Like I wrote the play like over a few days, and the school just like totally pushed it front and center. And it was weird that a Catholic school propped it up. So now, like looking back, I'm like, wow, the apparatus is quite strong. So I'm like, how does one address this kind of, I don't know, evil corruption? Like, why can't we just win by being better? And I want a mathematical answer. And I just feel myself getting angry, like Christian Bale on the set of Terminator. He's like, what do you mean I didn't see the light? I want a fucking answer. You know, and that's how I feel. And it's kind of like shitty, because I'm like, oh, incoming airstrike.
Start wearing that tin hat, bro. You don't want them to read your mind, do you?
That's why I will wear something that makes my whole head into an antenna. And then
2025 was this last year before this release. It says the 3-page index is a report generated by FBI that lists the evidence inventoried by federal law enforcement during the multiple investigation into his conduct is being Jeffrey Epstein's. According to that index, the remaining materials include 40 computers and electronic devices, 26 storage drives, more than 70 CDs and 6 recording devices. The devices hold more than 300 gigabytes of data, according to the DOJ. The evidence also includes approximately 60 pieces of physical evidence, including photographs, travel logs, employee lists, more than $17,000 in cash, 5 massage tables, blueprints of Epstein's Island in Manhattan home, 4 busts of female body parts, a pair of women's cowboy boots, and 1 stuffed dog, according to the list. Let's see what else there?
Yeah, that stuffed dog is a smoking gun right there.
Oh, this part of the records included photographs of victims and child pornography. According to the DOJ, the evidence includes images and videos, that's quote, of victims who appear to be minors, and quote, over 10,000 downloaded videos and images of illegal child sex abuse materials and other pornography, end quote, and a large volume of images of Epstein. Authorities also concluded that Epstein did not maintain any client lists or blackmail prominent individuals.
Nothing to see here except these mountains of data. No, but it's not evidence of a list. You see, Elliot, you're just reading it wrong.
There's so much that they haven't released. Like, there's probably tons of videos and photos that nobody has seen yet, and maybe we shouldn't see.
Maybe we have to use a key word specifically. Like, it's not a blackmail list; it's a blackmail album. You know, maybe we're just not using the correct.
In my tinfoil hat moments, I look at an event like this where this is massive scandal going on that's absorbing everybody's attention and all the front pages, and I'm thinking, wonder what's going on behind the scenes.
Yeah. Is it like this? What did we miss during this whole shit show? Pay no attention to the wisdom.
I don't even think there's any real effort being put into covering any of this up anymore. I think there's a bit of a blasé-ness around, you know, whoever kind of runs these sort of things or is involved in these things.
Who's like trying to operate with the startup and so on. It's gonna just be so hard to navigate forward and just pick and choose who you. I'm like, okay, I'm sorry, before we have a meeting, I gotta check if you're on the list. Hold on.
I mean, yeah, exactly. Which devil are you willing to shake hands with?
There is a public reaction, before the markets opened, pre-trading environment, which is a weird phrase, pre-trading, the stocks of PayPal dropped like fucking Wile E. Coyote went over a cliff. It just went. Just look at it. It just goes straight down, dude.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Elon's like, yeah, I've never been to the island. No, Elon, please say it accurately. You wanted to go to the island, and Epstein dumped you. That's what the actual files show. They say, oh, sorry, Elon, we don't have time for you. And I'm like, and that's kind of like, okay, you never went to the island. You should have been a little bit more specific, or you should have just not fucking said anything. Because now that's just weird. Come on.
He got rejected from Pedo Island. That's fucking.
Yeah, watch CoffeeZilla. CoffeeZilla does the whole thing about this. It's like, what? Really?
Oh yeah, Sam, my son Sam sent me on a CoffeeZilla. He does some good stuff.
And the weirdest thing is Bill Gates gets his wife sick, so then he gets blackmailed to make a donation to MIT. And I'm like, what? Why is that the mechanism? And it seems like such an unnecessary web, but it's also confusing by construction. I feel like it's confusing on purpose, so then it always seems crazy and
They didn't really give the full trail to that $2 million. It just seems that there was sort of the donation, which is really odd, without a whole lot of explanation, even though the previous paper trail that they're showing seems to imply that it was some kind of a, in other words, very Trump-like women, where it's he's not actually saying you need to pay this amount of money, but instead of, I would consider paying you this amount of money. That would help.
Yeah, like I would consider doing this, but if I were to direct you, if I was advising you, and if I was you in this situation, I'd probably consider making a donation to this lab. And it's like that's just, it's just disappointed in humanity. No wonder the aliens don't talk to us, okay, guys? See, this is why we can't have nice relationships.
There you go.
Yeah, the aliens from the Jodie Foster movie.
I'm not an illegal alien. Listen to me.
The aliens from that Jodie Foster movie showed up, looked around, and were like, "Fuck that! Let's close access to this wormhole."
Yeah, the aliens are worried about coming here and getting alien probes. That's what they were scared of.
Enough to do it.
Wouldn't that be fucking wild if aliens from Alpha Centauri were given a clear path to citizenship over people from South America? Like that's that would be like, okay, time to fucking go.
From America, they can certainly go to the Atlantic Ocean, right?
Well, it's funny that you say that, because apparently that's a thing. There is like a fast track for extraterrestrials from all the silly stuff that I've been reading. I'm like, what? There's like Russia has it's not the nuclear football or whatever. They have the equivalent of like the alien football, which has a list of all current alien residents. And Medvedev, the former president and prime minister of Russia, which Russia always does weird things like that, said it like online to make that question not so big.
But I don't really know what all the statutes and laws are under maritime law, but the way I understand it is like maritime law sort of governs like a lot of what different countries do in space, in theory at least. Then under U.S. law, an alien is defined as anyone who is not a citizen or a U.S. national. It's not a citizen of the United States or a U.S. national. So that kind of just applies to almost everybody on the planet, which I guess would include aliens, outer space.
What's the difference between a citizen and a U.S. national? Out of curiosity.
U.S. national is someone who lives on the Virgin Islands, right? DC's kind of an interesting case. I'm sure Pro could speak to this. DC doesn't have no mayor in DC. I don't think they have they're not a state. They don't have a local police force. I don't think.
We definitely have the mayor.
Oh, sorry, I must be misremembering something. There's something.
We don't have governor. It's not a state.
Oh, okay, that's the one. Okay, that's the one. Okay.
Mayor Browser is pretty popular too. She's like a national celebrity.
So nationals get the really short end of the stick. So they're basically, they can move around like citizens, but they're not allowed to vote. And they do get a U.S. passport, but the passport has to say U.S. national. And so if they want to actually get voting rights, they have to go through an immigration process. And so this is often applied to American Samoa and places like that. Whereas it's just there's a weird class distinction to the U.S. territories, and some of them, like Puerto Rico, get Commonwealth status, and some of them are still U.S. nationals, and it's just something that Congress hasn't wanted to fix over the last 100 years.
Because it helps them launder money.
Well, some of it's just straight racism too. They didn't want. That was where the whole territory system came from anyway. From the Spanish-American War, it was we can't have all these brown people become part of the United States and have voting rights and stuff. And it's just that I don't know all the details about how Puerto Rico, say, got Commonwealth status and American
Samoa didn't, but I know that racism was a big part of the whole territorial system to begin with.
You know, allowed for extraction and illegal murders and environmental pollution. It allowed for a lot of things. Military weapons testing off the Rico, lots of things.
Illegal murder sounded a bit like an oxymoron, I think.
I sometimes think of this is a weird analogy here, but racism is to capitalists what sex is to Jeffrey Epstein. It's like Jeffrey. I was thinking about the Epstein stuff. It's like, granted, he is obviously was a mass perv and pedo and all the things you want to put there, but he was doing it as a principle, like fetish tool that made him an incredible blackmailer, right? Like the world's best blackmailer, right? And it's like, who cares which one comes first? It's kind of the same thing when people try to defend racists. It's like, oh, they really just care about the money. It's like, well, no, not all of them. Some people at the base level just care about sex, just like he cares, just like some people just care about racism, right? Then there's other people who weaponize it and make it work for their advantage. And the thing with, I think the witch hunt stuff with the Epstein stuff is a little overblown, because I just think right now what people do is they go, anyone in the Epstein files must be like a pedo. And that's just not the case, right? First of all, they are just files. They're just accumulation of what's there. And you have no way of knowing, just like when people start accusing people of being liars because they say something that's not true. You have no way of knowing if somebody just went to the island because they're a porn dog and didn't know all the implications. Nobody has to be aware of every implication of the people that are there. Dude, it's like this, I get upset about the same thing with, like, why don't people do the same kind of stuff with Hugh Hefner? Like, it's all the same porn dogs, right? Like, I guarantee that there are underage girls all over the Playboy Mansion, right? It's just that it hasn't been reported that way, so nobody's even thinking about it. Like, no, that wasn't pedophilia. Of course it was.
But it has been reported. It has been reported.
But what I'm saying is, many people are just like me. If I got an invite to go to the Playboy Mansion, I was probably going to go.
You wouldn't Google it first? Hold on. You wouldn't Google it first? What crazy shit happened?
Sure, but there were years, I mean, I'm old enough that there wasn't Google when you could have gone to the Playboy Mansion. What I'm saying is...
Okay, fine. Alta Vista. Don't you Alta Vista it?
Whatever. I'm just saying, people in 2008 and 9 don't necessarily have the prerequisite. Actually, anytime to be Googling, like, hey, let me see if there's some weird shit going on. No, most people are going to say, let me see if there's some hot chicks going on. And most of them are just going because they're horn dogs. And that's probably the bottom line. Now, granted, he's way worse than that, and everybody now knows that. But I'm sure there were, like, sports athletes, musicians, just like going to a day party. Back in the day, going to a day party just where you went because there were lots of chicks. And because you were trying to increase your networking status, right? Not everybody was there for the chicks, and not everybody was there for the network. So if you're trying to be around some of the most influential people in the world, it doesn't make you a pedophile just because you went to Epstein Island, right? Now, I don't know anybody who's ever been to Epstein Island. I sure never been to Epstein Island. I didn't even know where it was. Right? What I'm saying is, you can't just witch hunt everybody who's in that thing. Like, I hear that people that.
So, counterpoint. I was in film school in 2001, 2002 in Santa Barbara. And there had been an article on CNN about an island where the wealthy could go.
Actually, no, runs for Congress.
And because it was international waters, there was no law. And I remember talking, but then I thought about it. It's like, no, I'm not going to go. Like, that's just a setup. Right? So, like, even in 2002, people kind of knew already what was up.
Look, if you want to look into it, you'll find it. So, like, for example, I went to the Seoul Symposium thing for the UAPs. I got a security briefing by a security firm to tell me what the fuck could happen there. And, like, hey, all these things might happen. You might run into these people. Beware of extortion. Beware of people trying to figure out stuff, blackmailing you. All that shit came up. It's just a matter of due diligence. And of course, we're speaking in this day and age, so I think that's also a very appropriate point that we have the benefit of better search now, because even maybe back then it was difficult to even do Google search normally if you didn't know the syntax, like put things in quotation marks and then use the plus operator and things like that. So I remember it being difficult, but it's not impossible. But, yeah.
I think the other counterpoint as well, Pro, is that I totally agree with what you said, but the other side of it is what I said before, is that Ghislaine Maxwell is a convicted sex trafficker and groomer, and, to suggest that she did enough of that to get 20 years, but not enough.
I've been to enough crazy parties and after parties, and probably way more than the average human being in my life, to know that there's crazy shit that goes on in people's places, and the fact that you were there. Like, I've been to plenty of places that I went to and I left, right? Like, immediately. Like, I've been around strippers, prostitutes, all that kind of stuff, because it's so connected to the industry. It's just always there. And the thing is like, you never know how wild a place is until you get there. Most of the time, people are just like, where's the after party? People are running the credentials of who's there and all that stuff. It's just who's there. And you get there and you're like, oh, this is the mafioso part. Okay, maybe we should leave. Or sometimes you're in a place that's completely the wrong turf for everybody that's in your set. And you're like, all right, we need to go. But back in the day, when I was first started doing all these things, all I had was pages of cell phones, didn't have a way to send text messages, right? You just get to a place, you're there, and you found out. But it doesn't matter how good the technology is. It's just easier. It's better now. So when you want to do the due diligence. But most people come from a hip-hop after party aren't trying to do the due diligence. And most people trying to get their rocks off aren't trying to do the due diligence either. They're trying to see how discreet it is, right? Like how easy they can get in and out. Now, obviously, scores of people that, right? I'm just saying, you can't throw everybody that thing. But like, are they were Epstein files? Oh my God.
Jon Stewart last night. I sometimes watch the Daily Show every now and then. I watched one of Jon Stewart's episodes because, he said, I'm in the Epstein files. And then when he gets to the material, it's like he's in one email from one person to the other. And they're like, well, we should probably, there was like a proposition about some projects, some future projects, and one person's like, and we should have somebody like Jon Stewart to narrate and, discuss the proceedings of the event or whatever, in the film or the project, whatever it was. So I think there's cases like that, too, that we gotta be, there's so much shit. And it's a massive, colossal, gargantuan task to go through. Even for an army of FBI agents, it's like a Herculean effort to go through all of this. Also, I want to say I don't know if this was already mentioned, but French prosecutors have raided offices of Elon Musk, Musk's ex, in headquarters in France. I don't know if you guys heard about this, but
no.
So there's some. This was originally written in French, and this is translated to English, so there may be some errors here. But the crimes being investigated as part of the raid are conspiracy to illegally administer an online platform, fraudulent extraction of data and forwarding information regarding the operation of an IT system, accessory to possession of pornographic materials involving minors, conspiracy to act as accessory to distribution, offering, or facility.
All the deep faking stuff, yeah.
Yeah, and then the last one is denial of crime against humanity.
Yeah,
the last four. This says the last four are recent and linked to the Grok debacle.
Yeah, because you can. Grok can declothe you, right? So you can post a photo and then just say, "Hey, Grok, here, can you change my shirt? Actually, can you make the shirt smaller? Actually, hold on, let's go to the sun." And you slowly just undress yourself through a series of prompts. So that's a thing in Grok, and they have not secured that. It's kind of wild.
Well, yeah, I think there were issues related to that and it being used to basically generate child pornography. And there wasn't enough safeguards to stop that from occurring. And I think that's still an issue that hasn't been dealt with.
Yeah, he's like, oh, we want, not too much moderation. I'm like, why don't you just, hire people to make sure these things are reviewed more? Like, I remember a few years ago, Canada did an investigation on Facebook, and they found that there was only one representative who worked in Canada for all of the censorship and problems in Canada. And the guy was interviewed live on air, and he's like, yeah, it's just me. And so that kind of staff, you're not gonna fix anything. You're just gonna you're putting in the minimum effort. And so in Europe, there's a lot more the laws for slander and so on are higher. So if you make an image of Keir Starmer doing something stupid or whatever, or sorry, not Keir Starmer, but any of the European representatives, you can get in trouble because there's no necessarily free speech in Europe. So.
Quick shout out to Alan.
Alfonso joined the atheist house.
Oh, yeah, Batman.
Welcome, Alfonso.
Because the French are not fucking around. But I'm kind of jealous. I wish that were the United States.
Not fucking around with what?
They just raided Elon Musk's ex headquarters in France.
They've ordered him to show up along with the ex-CEO to a court hearing. They want him in Paris.
On what complaint?
I think there's operating there's all that stuff about Grok and the online stuff, but there's also operating an immoral platform or an illegal platform, one of those two. They're not charging him at the moment. They're investigating him, but they want him in Paris to answer questions directly, face to face.
Yeah. I think there's 6 different alleged crimes that they're investigating him for in France. I put a BBC link in the chat if you want to read it.
The dude had a crash out. With the level of bravado that comes from both those dudes, it's hard to believe that there's relatively children, both the kind of age that they just COVID not them.
Yeah, it's rough.
I came up because I wanted to ask Pro. It seems like he knows. Pro, how? Can you still get tickets for Epstein Island? How much are they going for?
So my understanding is that Epstein Island has been turned into a tourist attraction, which kind of
What you mean, Alcatraz or something?
yeah, I think it's been purchased for the purpose of tourism. So technically, I think you can buy a ticket to Epstein Island.
What, they're turning it into a jail? They're turning it into an attraction.
At least it's the kind of place you can go to visit. Alcatraz is the kind of place you can go to visit.
Okay.
That's kind of weird, morbid sort of fascination with Alcatraz. I don't really understand the allure that it seems to have.
You've never seen The Rock?
Yeah, I've seen that. I've also seen what's the other one with Clint Eastwood?
Island. But it is about Alcatraz.
Whatever happened to Sean Connery? He just kind of seemed to drop off the face of the earth. Just decades. But then he died.
Did he die? Dead?
Yeah, people die.
Alfonso, are you looking for 2 seconds? Are you looking for
for 2 tickets or just a solo trip?
No, the whole group thing.
I always want to go with at least 2. Kind of like
Last, you know what I mean?
you always want to do what Elon did. Like, hey, I'm gonna be going with my wife. Really? Dude was like, really? Is that what you want to do?
Like in the letter that Epstein wrote back to Elon, he was like, yeah, your Tallulah might not be comfortable there, so
The wife's not gonna feel good about this one, big guy.
yeah. It's like, hey, nudge, wink, wink. And I was like, yo, say word, you're getting tips from a pedophile not to freak out your wife by how fucked up the island is. I'm like, wow, that's, at least he's considerate.
That's another hint of what I'm talking about. Like, very clearly, that dude was looking to go party. Could have very easily been that he wasn't thinking anything other than, I just want to go to a place with a bunch of EV victims around, victims being adults and victims being paid for people that you brought, as opposed to pedophilia stuff. Like, I think the pedophilia thing, like, I'm sure the masses of people early on probably didn't know that part. Because if you're just trying to run a successful business, which you want to run a business that is assuming that you were trying to, be sort of the grand architect of all bribery and psychopaths. Wouldn't you go with something that's a little bit more sustainable, like on the pecking order of sustainability? Like pedophilia is seems like some real niche kind of like heinous kind of thing that's kind of, maybe it's the Elons too, but just thinking that when you listen to that transaction, how that went down in the email, it sure seems like you just looked at, hey, find me a party.
Yeah.
About checking. He was probably trying to find chicks, right?
Yeah. It's kind of like what you said with parties, like just in hip hop and so on, and music. Like Elon used to live next to musicians, if I'm not mistaken, right? So he would go to parties on a regular basis. So I also get that you hear that this guy has amazing parties, and you're like, yeah, let's go to one of them. But that's post 2008. So Elon claiming to be retarded and not know how to read, that was in the courts. And you were asking to go to that island after those things went through the courts. You don't get a pass for that. Like you gotta cut people out who are toxic, and it's just frustrating that that's the answer. I'm sure I grant that answer, but it's still not a great answer.
Paramount's was going to apply to Fort Law, and that will apply to Fort Law.
Yeah, fair point.
Hey, Elliot. You were kind of asking what happened to Sean Connery, besides the fact that he's dead now. But it's kind of interesting, actually, that towards the end of his career, I think The Matrix and also maybe even Lord of the Rings or something, but he passed on all these movies because he was like, I don't understand them. And then he ended up doing The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen because he's like, okay, so I passed on these other things that got really big. And then he was like, yeah, I'm never doing that again.
Relationships there, if we want to be there in 2 years, full time. So that's really.
it's tough. It's tough to navigate something.
Yeah, Netflix right now has all of the James Bond movies on them too. So as I've been working, I've been kind of going back through them. And definitely like the 60s movies, there's things there that you're just like, whoa, yeah, that's from a different time, all right. Holy cow. Proper dodgy, aren't they? Some of them, yeah, proper dodgy.
Thomas Jefferson, like he was like one of the main voices that argued against slavery from the principles of the Enlightenment. But he himself like owned hundreds of slaves. So what the hell am I supposed to do? Because Thomas Jefferson.
It's even further than that, because not only did he contribute to like the Declaration of Independence, but then like the rights of man and stuff over in France, he was like hugely influential in. And then you find out not only did he own slaves, but then he took his father's wife's, or like his father's concubine's daughter as his own underage. Well, he couldn't marry her, but basically, like, she was like 13 when they consummated their marriage, and so he was taking his dad's like concubine's daughter from another coupling, and then that was his companion for the rest of his life, and he had like multiple kids with that person, and then they were still treated as slaves, even though they were Jefferson's progeny. Like, it's just crazy complicated. That's the same dude that's like, oh yeah, and all men are created equal. We need to think about like equality, and even he.
There's more there. Like there's he wrote extensively in the Federalist Papers. There's like you have like hundreds of letters, like original copies, not like like shreds of parchments or whatever. We have like full complete original copies of like letters between him and Adams and like a bunch of other people, Benjamin Franklin, and where he argues like extensively. We have like stuff with the constitutional conventions prior to 1789. He very publicly argued against slavery, but he in a lot of different ways. But he owned like a lot of slaves, man.
Being in class, and there was always class clowns.
Who are you talking about? You talking about me?
We are talking between ourselves.
You talking to me? Why don't you talk in English? You're trying to hide
Us, just like he did with the destruction of the Second Temple, the Christians can also be judged also. That's all I'm saying.
The Arash has me blocked, right? He comes up here and he's like, he didn't want to say anything. Arash supporter.
I didn't try that person.
You called her pencil now? It's crazy.
No, of course not.
Yes, you did.
I probably stuffed them up.
I did send you an invite. There you go. What's up with you guys? Assalamu alaikum.
So I'm here.
How you doing, bro? Pretty good. So clearly, yeah. What's up, Natan? Or Noam?
So when you say what I'm here, apparently.
Times Resort reported that Iran did shoot something at one of their warships and U.S. shot it down. I don't know how true that story is. Oh my God. non-black rabbi again.
When was
He
this?
gave me a fucking headache. Does anybody want black rabbi on the stage, man? He gives me a...
למה אתה לא אוהב בטרקאפ?
It's very good Hebrew, Ben Yadam.
אבן זונה, ישראלית,
He's really terrible. Black rabbi is the most racist person in the South.
Why do you know?
You're the most racist person in the South. You don't think you're Black American?
Oh my God! See, I'm the human being. Anyways, the point is
There we go.
Wait, Amir?
Reuters also reported the U.S. shoots down aggressive, in quotes, Iranian drone approaching USS Abraham Lincoln. So it's not put it forward.
So it's confirmed.
It's confirmed.
There you go. Bang, done.
Thank you. I'll check it out next week.
This guy, Rabbi, is just waiting to see people die on the war and relax, baby. I'll tell you when I'm at a peace. It's like when your phone drops, you come in your pants. This is a major escalation. This is a complete form of defiance and an expression of a lack of desire for peaceful negotiation.
It's
You have no choice but to strike.
intensive process to kind of select build a strong that's on campus.
They're trying to kill American soldiers today. I'm appalled. I'm upset. I'm incensed. I'm enraged. Okay. Any more words?
Did anything change in your health? Are you still eating French fries?
I just have to eat some chicken.
So he's eating chicken every day. I can't believe this.
And popcorn too.
So in other words, you're not sad. You're just a bullshitter.
I'm not sad. We're talking about me.
Alright.
No. I'm upset about other things.
Alright. Are you at a restaurant?
No, I'm reading this guy something. I mean, I don't see why they would why they're running, right now start attacking or
That's what I'm saying. It's fishy, man. It's fishy.
sounds like, how they do that. I want to ask you a serious question. False flag. As an American citizen, how to kill American soldiers and to take down a neighborhood of crap, as an American citizen, how do you feel about that?
How do I feel? I feel America is occupying the sea. They need to bring their warship back. We don't have to fight Israeli war.
No. But that's fine. But America was firing them.
They are international waters. I don't know how you occupy international waters.
Let me check the laws of this international water claim.
If another country would place their warships in international waters close to America would think it was cool.
No. Yeah, actually, it happened last year. The Russians floated armada, to Cuba, including a tugboat. They do it all the time. Nothing we could do.
It says it cannot do it legally. The U.S. cannot legally occupy international water, Jacob.
That commands it international. No, that's incorrect.
It says cannot legally occupy Persian Gulf waters, as occupation implies sovereign control over foreign territory.
They never claimed to have that.
Persians have what?
They never said they had claim over the Persian Gulf. They have their warships.
So then why are they occupying it?
How are they occupying it? The issue is not occupying. The issue is
parking your warship on there. You're occupying it.
They're always moving. They're never occupying because that would make them sitting ducks. They're always moving.
Let me see.
do what do they call freedom of navigation through the South China Sea. They go right through the South China Sea, and China can't say anything about it. Russians fly bombers off of Alaska. We can't do anything other than, send up some planes and say, time to go back home. And eventually they do when they get close enough.
This is a major escalation. We should not accept this. We should be enraged and incensed. Iran has attacked the United States aircraft with the aircraft. And Amir won't even denounce it. And he says he's an American citizen.
Denounce what?
Denounce Iranians attacking a naval air destroyers.
Okay, who sanctioned Iran for 20 years?
They're firing.
Who's the threat? Who did the attack on American citizens? Did Iran do the attack in American soil?
They call peace. They call it internal war. Everyone agreed.
You're just an idiot, man. Like, seriously, you can't even think outside the box, is that?
I said, how are you, brother? I'm okay. I went to the doctor today, but, I'm okay.
Okay. Yeah, we're just talking to this retards every day in, day out.
Nothing changed.
He doesn't want to change. Like, he's such an idiot. He impregnated some girl, some chick inside Israel, and then he said his mom was going to come over, and, maybe he fornicated with some woman, not abiding by the Jewish law. So do they stone you, Black Rabbi?
Amir, I would like to know, what kind of chicks goes and lays down with their rabbi? Isn't that doesn't sound like
I think it was one of the students, right, Rabbi?
She's not married. She's not.
I'm just saying, it doesn't sound like somebody you would introduce to your mom. Like, he laid down with the rabbi. Not the first time she lays down with her rabbi.
He says his girlfriend is a supermodel.
If I was you, I would be worried, bro. I'd be laying down with her crying.
He's imaginary.
She's saying the same thing to her rabbi.
So here is a trillion.
He goes after white chicks.
Just give me some advice, bro. Like if you're trying to wipe something up, don't choose somebody that just lays down with any man like that. It's not a good look. I agree. Just trying to get somebody that at least wait until they're married. So she's a good girl. Can't make a whole housewife, It's kind of like that song, It's your life, bro. Whatever makes you happy, man. Like, some people like freaky chicks. What's that? He's a mother. You ain't got no kids yet. They don't even know if it's yours. If I was you, I would wait. Don't tell everybody. Get a DNA test, and then, then you could, start bragging. Until now, just lay down.
Do you get a senior discount on the train?
I think he sits in the back of the bus, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you get a senior discount.
I've never lived in my country. Black Rabbit, mute yourself. I'll mute you.
Anyways.
شو بني آدم؟ What?
You didn't pay for your ticket.
English.
Rabbi, you didn't pay for your ticket, man. Like, you need to. These guys going over there just hopping over them shits and buses illegally. You're already in a bad situation, man.
Hey, it's a major escalation.
You ready for the missiles? Is that what you're saying?
That's what God wants.
Did you pack your bags? Anybody ready?
Nobody's backing back.
The Pampers is ready. Everything ready?
I made for war. Not like you.
You have Pampers ready, right? You couldn't even run. Dude, if somebody
You talking like, hey, I'm in that world, like, you don't know about that, like, bro, you know about your European life, a little comfy reality, you have headlines on the news, look at this California, you get headlines on the news, you know, Fresh Prince, you go to protest, you know, you got your Fresh Prince on television, bro. What's that guy? Uncle Phil, that's you, bro. Bro, yeah, bro, you look like bro, you don't know what's in the world like. Fall back, bro, you don't know what this world like, bro. You know what Israel was. You know what that country life. You're not built like that. You're not built like that. Slap the young off your head, bro. Please. I would. Bro, come on, bro. You don't know what's that world like. You don't know what's the world That's too much. But you know what? I get it. You guys are diaspora. You're not in the middle of the creation of a new world. You guys watching the news. I'm living this. You know what I'm saying? I'm in the most central part on planet Earth. You're still eating fried chicken. Hey, I'm in an old city. I'm in the middle. I'm in the center of the universe. You got some weirdo right, man.
You're a bus driver. You don't do anything.
That's right, true enough. But I'm in the center of the universe, and you guys are watching it. I'm living it. That's the difference. You're in the back of a bus. We were just attacked today. The United States was just attacked. Israel's on high alert. The country is vibrating. We're ready. We're ready for the Armageddon. Yeah, we're here. You on that bus on the way to the shelter? No. I'm walking in the old city, the city of David. Our ancestors. You want to spend the night?
They're not ancestors.
Yes, they are. The point is to say, you have no idea how beautiful the walls of the old city are.
We do. We have millions of our families.
You got pictures.
Hundreds of millions of Arabs.
Look at the pictures.
Yeah, hundreds of millions.
Enjoy. Your first slippers and your nice cable, and your flat screen TV. You know, and that's what you got. I get it.
So, well, each your life.
This question from Black Rabbi. I heard the yeshiva runs foundations. Do you have like a non-profit account in the bank?
Mary, you asked me too many questions, man. Why you gotta know my personal details? Come on, too much.
Okay. The reason why, because me and the team looked into your credentials, right? Yeah. And your credentials are not in order, right?
Okay.
And it looks like we came to this conclusion that you got educated and became a rabbi from a street rabbi. Some street rabbi taught you.
What's a street rabbi? What's a street rabbi?
Some idiot fuck off the street of Israel.
No. It was Captain Tazariak, right? Exactly. Right.
So, me and the team, we looked into your credentials and you're running unlicensed yeshiva. Now, you're sitting over there inside Israel and you're educated as an American Indian, right?
African too.
In Africa too. So, now, and you're not paying any tax to the Israeli economy. Right? Yeah. Now, if you become a citizen, you'll have to pay tax.
Yeah, 100%.
So you're defrauding the Israeli government because by living over there, making money while you're outside Israel.
But
this can implicate you. You know that, right? This can implicate you.
No, he doesn't pay any taxes.
Do you know this? Do you know this, Mordecai?
Hey, the things like this. You don't do that for me.
We already did.
No, I'm just letting you know. I'm just letting you know. Me and the boys looked into your file, right? And your file is full of a lot of problems.
Yeah, like your taxes. Your taxes is like showing like you're making nothing.
I'm walking the center of the universe. Show respect. I'm the center of the universe. The fact you get to hear my voice. The fact you get to hear my voice. You know how blessed you are to hear my voice right now?
You're on your way to the shelter.
Wait.
Be hungry.
Wait. No, I'm walking with vibrations in my voice.
You're on your way to the shelter. You're running.
I'm in the center of the universe.
I can hear you're running all the way. You're running. You're out of breath. You want to go to the shelter?
I'm walking up the hill.
So make sure you had some chicken. It might be your last meal. Never know, bro. Hey, you know what? Come tomorrow.
Go on my Instagram so you can see some pictures.
Is that how you do it?
Let me see how much chicken costs.
34, 21, 36. $29, 47, 91. $82, 88, 25.
Hey, Rabbi, don't do that again, bro. Please respect your privacy, okay? Because it's wrong at so many levels. Wow. Everyone's in the chat, they're writing a bunch of shit in Hebrew, so I can't understand. I'm sure they're probably talking smack about this room and about me. You want to tell us what they're writing in the chat? Do you mind?
They're trashing you and writing bullshit. It's nothing. They're just
they're triggered.
they're trying to report to the Shabak or whatever.
Okay. It's not the first time, by the way, Daniel. It's not the first time. But anyways, Emerald, did you hear about this? That they shot down some drone or something. The U.S. did this. The Iranian drone was shot down by the U.S. warship. You heard about this?
I heard something, yeah, but we were mostly talking about there was a lot of things happening in the West Bank and Gaza, to the Rafah and everything.
Yep. And Noam was making the claim that they removed the occupation, they're not occupying it. I'm like, are you for real? Yeah, he asked him to read it. ChatGPT tell you what ChatGPT says. He's an idiot, man. And he does it on purpose.
There was just an item on the evening news that, well, the excuse they used is that Hamas is using drones via Egypt to smuggle in weapons. So that means that Israel will have to deal with that and remain in Gaza for a few years. They basically declared it occupied. Nothing that we didn't know, right? We have satellite images of them building bases there for months now, so it's not exactly big. It's not exactly groundbreaking news.
I got you. So, how do you suggest we can offer them therapy? The Zionists and the Pahlavi supporters.
I think that the biggest question is how do you get them to acknowledge reality and snap out of their God complex?
You want to come up, Daniel, and tell us what Emerald is asking? No? Hey, what's up, Ace?
By the way, an 8-month-old baby died in north of Hebron about an hour ago from suffocation of tear gas.
It's crazy.
And there's some sort of like, I don't know, special forces in Jericho said everything about the PLO election, and like they actually give a detailed like PLO, PA, Fatah, like so everything we tried to figure out.
A child killed by Israeli fire.
Oh, the mother died too.
In Gaza, yeah.
No, that's Gaza. That's something else. No, Baku is reporting it about half an hour ago.
Yeah, there's Israeli colonists attacked miner in southern Hebron. Is that the one you're talking about?
No. About an hour ago, an 8-month-old baby died of tear gas suffocation.
Well, 1,872 attacks perpetrated by Israeli occupation forces and colonists in January 2026.
Yeah.
That's crazy. The Ramallah, February 3, Wafa, the head of the Colonization and Wall Resistance Commission, Wa'id Shaban, declared that the Israeli occupation carried out 1872 attacks during January 2026. Shaban pointed out in the monthly report of the Commission violations of the Israeli occupation state colonizers in the occupied Palestinian territories, that the Israeli occupation force carried out 1,404 attacks while the colonizers carried out 468 attacks, and these violations were concentrated in Hebron Governorate, which witnessed 450 attacks, followed by Ramallah and El Beirut Governorate, which was subjected to 374 attacks, and the Nablus Governorate, where 328 attacks were recorded. Meanwhile, 201 attacks were recorded in Jerusalem. These people are fucking sick as fuck. And in Hebron, they even destroyed, the distribution of the damage was as follows: 750 trees in Hebron, 245 trees in Ramallah, and Al-Bera, 250 trees in Nablus. In addition to the Israeli occupation, destroyed 151,000 tobacco seedings belonging to citizens in Jenin Governorate. Wow.
So I put for everybody that wants to tweet from the Palestinian government about the elections of the PLO.
And then the Twitter link that you just texted me, okay. Mahmoud Abbas issued a presidential decree calling on the Palestinian people, both in the homeland and in the diaspora, to participate in the elections of the Palestinian National Council on November 1st, 2026. We're going to have to wait and see.
I think he's excited about this, but I just I worked out the thing with a Jewish organization in the United States. He does all this like anytime we talk to African American and Latino students about the conflict over here, answering questions and.
You know what I actually want to see? I want to see you, that Ariel character, right? And any of the freeloaders that are living inside Israel to come back to the U.S. And the reason why, because that state, right, it's not for you. You have a U.S. passport, you get citizenship. I want you to come back to Los Angeles. You still have time. Just come back to Los Angeles. I've been telling you this for the past 7 or 8 months now. You still have time. Just come back.
Yeah, you should do it before
you don't run any business. You're making money virtually.
I teach.
Bro, you teach virtually. You can do it out of Los Angeles.
No. They teach.
I'll help you find one client.
You're not listening. I teach in yeshiva here in the country. Every morning I teach here.
Or you could teach them in yeshiva here in Los Angeles.
No, but I teach here in Jerusalem.
You can teach them here. You can convert to people to Judaism. Teach them, educate them. Some of these people, they need, education.
I don't do conversion.
Okay, forget the conversion. You can teach them here in California, Los Angeles.
Amir, my kids are gonna grow up here.
We can set up a synagogue in Crenshaw or wherever the fuck you live.
Crenshaw.
Or Compton. I live in Compton. They can set up a fucking thing in Compton. No, he's got a property in Crenshaw, black Jew.
Either way.
He told me himself he's got a property in Crenshaw.
He's got property in other places too.
Yeah, you have property. Buttercup on both Canadian and American, two passports. We can open up a little small, mini synagogue or, the teaching place, and you can teach them. We can get a little place. It's like $500 a month. $500 a month. You can invite people to learn about, the Judaism.
I'm here, but we're talking about.
Shai, stop saying racist shit in the chat, otherwise I will kick you out. Just like the N-word, I don't allow any racist slurs, okay? Last warning.
You said the word
because I don't like racist shit, right? In my room, I'm trying to keep it clean all the way.
Anyways, the key point is, if you lived in Israel and you saw how beautiful it is, how beautiful the people are, you wouldn't want to be in America. I'm just saying, so if you saw beautiful Israel and beautiful people, and not people like just liberals, but like the normal Israelis, the like normal people that love their country and love other Jews, that dynamic, you wouldn't want to leave. This is the best. The wine is amazing, the food's amazing, the energy's amazing. You're in the center, you're the most holy place in the entire world. But come on.
What about the love you as a Jew? What about the rights for the people that are indigenous to the land?
The ones that are here now, or the ones that are there?
The ones that live in Gaza.
Okay.
The ones that live in the West Bank, the ones that live inside East Jerusalem, the one that live in Lebanon, the one that live inside Egypt, the one that live in Jordan, the one that live in Syria. There's a
What's your question?
My question is, why can they not allowed to come back and live over there, just like you live? You just converted to Judaism 20 years ago.
Yes.
Right? But these people, they don't have to convert. They are from that land. They're native.
I know, but they got conquered.
No, they did not get conquered. They were forcefully, ethnically cleansed out of the community.
That's called being conquered. Okay?
Oh my God.
Yes or no?
That's not. Conquer meaning you conquer the land, you allow the people that are living on the land to coexist.
No, not if they're hostile.
Yes.
That's not reality. That's not reality.
Okay, that's not reality.
No, I'm just saying, that's not reality. The people got conquered, they lost their war, they got whatever you want to call it. They're not here.
But the war, it wasn't a war. 47 wasn't a war.
What was it?
47 UN.
Humans?
The US.
Okay, but those are third parties. That's not Israel.
Do you know what US did?
It's not Israel.
Okay, Harriet Truman received letter bombs.
We know the story.
Received letter bombs in 1946.
Fine.
Okay. And hold on. He was part of the UN partition. He arm twisted other countries by telling them we're going to stop your aid or whatever bullshit to be part of the UN partition plan.
Okay.
Yeah, and there's a lot of pressure coming in from in America, local, there were local groups and whatnot.
Okay, that had nothing to do with the Jewish people. They're just bystanders of the scenarios.
No, okay, so it was a recommendation. It wasn't like a mandatory thing.
Well, you guys still talk about
if it wasn't mandatory, what was the need to build a state?
The point is the same.
What was the need to create a state? Why couldn't they coexist?
You asked a
After
question.
the white papers came out, Arabs, they did not do any attacks. There were skirmishes prior to 1939. After the fucking white papers came out, there was no skirmishes. The only thing that we were seeing was the Jewish militias attacking British men.
Why does this matter?
It doesn't matter because every time I talk about this, it freaking bothers me. What was the fucking need to create a Jewish state in the first place?
God wanted it to happen.
God did not want it. By atheists and Muslim people, they didn't believe in God.
God still used them. He used
Just an idiot, man, for real.
Put it this way, if religious people started the country, there wouldn't be a country. It only is a country because secular, non-religious Jews who said they wanted a city, they wanted a metropolitan, a functional system. That's why you need to have the atheist, non-religious, communist, almost socialist-minded Jews build a country, because it wouldn't be a country if religious people did it. They didn't know how to build countries. They know how to pray. God knows what he's doing. He chooses the right people to fulfill the task.
Good evening and thanks for joining us. I'm John Kitover.
I'm saying, you're not hearing what I'm saying. The religious part of the Jewish world does not know how to build a nation state. They don't know how to build a military. They don't know how to build academics. No, they did it. It was the non-religious who knew how to do that. There would be no Israel if it wasn't for non-religious. They made the whole thing happen. They were godly. It was godly. God used them.
So if they were godly, then what was the need to create a Jewish state?
The reason why they created a Jewish state because God used them as instruments to build the foundation for the religious Jews.
So they were told by God to ethnic cleanse the villages, right?
Yeah.
Okay. God, first of all, you don't believe in God, and God all of a sudden told the people that are atheists, agnostics, you don't by my word, right? You don't believe in me, or whatever. Then you guys still gotta do it.
There's a book in Judaism called the Book of Yehoshua ben Nun. That's the person who succeeded Moses, right? The next in line after Moses was a guy Yehoshua ben Nun. And the Jews Yehoshua ben Nun that came into Israel with the people. When they came into the land, God told them to wipe out everybody. So this isn't even that. This is like a few villages, right? So I was just saying, like, when the Jews come into the land,
not few.
Okay, but it's in the Torah.
It was over 500, and some of them they left out of fear because they were told, because they saw what was happening to their brothers in other villages.
44, 75, 78. 44, 75, 78.
No, it's not the same thing.
King David dealt with politics. King Solomon was a master
78.
Yeah, but they're prophets.
We're talking about political, not religious.
44, 75, 78.
Okay, was David a prophet?
Bro, we're talking about political. This is not a religious group. It's not about religion.
I'm saying to you, the prophets were also political. That's my point.
Every time these people they get stuck, they want to pull the religious card, man.
What I'm saying is that you guys are fighting against, good ideas that were written by another man. So a man has been manipulating everything. There shouldn't be any. No, there shouldn't be religion. There shouldn't be any religion.
It's called prophecy. It's called prophecy. My God.
Manipulators.
Losing his eyes.
My God.
And man, everything is made by man is to manipulate. It's to manipulate somebody else to believe something.
God is
You are fighting. This is you guys. Okay, I understand that point of view. With information that somebody else wrote for you guys to believe on. You understand what I'm saying? This is a little more deeper than that.
I mean, bro, last morning if I kick you down, we'll kick you down.
As an attorney, I fight for people.
I can warn you about this. Stop mocking my religion.
I'm not. It says it in the
You are. No, it's not. No, it doesn't.
Of course it doesn't. You read it?
No, it doesn't.
I read it.
Yeah, I read it. We went back and forth with that Persian lawyer the other day, and he got cooked pretty badly.
What he said?
He got cooked. Your best friend. He's a Persian Zionist.
I know.
Yes.
Anyways, the point is just saying, simply, the simple point is, I love you. I love all the people in the world.
I don't love you.
And we need to come together for peace.
Yes.
Part of peace is Hamas disarming themselves and never coming up with it. But you should, though. God's creation. just like you are. You should love God's creation. Anyways, long story short, we gotta make peace, and we gotta bring peace to the Middle East. The good Arabs that are in Israel need to fight against the evil and the wicked, which is Hamas and PA and PLO. And you'll see a better reality. Everybody wants peace. Iran today attacked the United States and tried to kill American soldiers. That's it. You don't do that to Trump. You don't do that to Trump.
All right. Hey, what's up, Morning? You wanna say something, Morning? She left. Okay. What's up with you, Jinder? Did you want to speak? Any Pallavi supporters would like to come up? You're welcome to come on up. This is a therapy room at the end of the day, right? Right now, me talking to Black Rabbi, he's just offering us some therapy. That's about it. He's trauma dumping on us, right? After you're done talking to Black Rabbi, yesterday, I had to go to therapy, this morning.
It's not kind of you, Jinder. He's trying to bring peace together.
I still think you still have some redeemable value somewhere, somehow.
Number one, we talk about peace as well. And
just go stuff your face with some falafel sandwiches, okay? You're on. Wait, you said you were just walking by a David Hotel?
No, it was walking down the road.
Oh, okay. It's the place for you to go to and stuff your face with some falafel sandwiches, but it's too late, I guess.
Yeah, I went to a class at a chicken.
Daniel, I didn't know you believe in Mega. You believe in Mega? Or you left? Yeah. Mega, they came up with a new thing. Did you heard about it? Make Iran great again. Noam, I want to ask you a question. Did you want to destroy the Dome of the Rock? Noam?
Your eyes are getting heavy.
Noam, did you want to destroy the Dome of the Rock? Noam, pick up the phone. No. Yeah. I don't know, man. Yes, Rabbi. What do you want to say? Any Iranians want to come up? We can have some, one Iranian and one this Zionist come back. All right, and we can have therapy as well. You should be called out. You should be called out of your name every time. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to concede to anything. Why don't you concede? Why don't you say yes and you fucked up? We should not have done this.
So anyway, this came out 3 hours ago. It says an American African
Alex,
shot down. Edward, why are you?
You're a powerful man, Edward.
Even Daniel, you get treated by Louis.
Oh, God. I was very interested in what Black Rabbi had to say.
You heard about the attack that has happened, Edward?
No, what happened?
Yeah, the Times News was reporting on this. Apparently, America shot down some drone that came from Iran.
Oh, wow. Yeah, they're doing war games right next to each other. Iran is doing war games right next to the Abraham Lincoln. You think they're gonna destroy all of Iran for a drone?
No, they didn't destroy all of Iran. They take out the machine.
How come they haven't done so? They've been there for, what is that, 1 week or 2 weeks now? Giving us But I can't talk on it because, like you said, I mean, even though I'm an American citizen, I'm Palestinian, and I'm not an actual, like, I'm not a real American like you.
But I'm half people. Okay, that's true. But I'm saying it's still like as almost American.
As almost an American.
A passport.
Almost an American. A Canadian.
We're gonna see how
no, it's very good. It was funny. That was very, very funny.
These numbers are everywhere.
The point is saying, as a person with an American passport,
Got a couple of things set out. I mean, we did this all week.
U.S. Navy drop.
Where's that? Bars are fried.
Drop the weight on my foot. Fired on. I think fired on.
They fired a drone to kill American soldiers.
He just made this up.
No, that's what happened to them.
No, I don't think they fired. Let me check on this. I don't think they fired an attack drone. I think they had a.
Hurry up and catch up.
Yeah. Let me catch up.
You got married and then she left you, right?
You're asking questions that I have no basis.
No, but you did get married, right? That was your first marriage, and she left you. And then now you fornicated with this other woman, right? You made her pregnant without even getting married to it. So does a passport rule, meaning if it's the first wife or the second wife?
Good evening, I'm John Kitover with the news. Here's what's happening this...
I think we could use a passport rule, especially Black Rebel multiple times. I hope you're able to look after her because I don't think you're making enough money out of that unlicensed yeshiva.
I'm gonna pray for you.
I'm not gonna pray for you.
Why not?
I would actually pray that may God curse you until you come back to America.
So you'll never walk again.
Man, real stuff has no time. That's it. May God curse you. Until you come back to
Love you. Call me back. Did you just say that? Taco Bell.
No way.
Taco Bell.
That's not a witchcraft. It's a curse.
It's not witchcraft.
No, it's a curse. These types of people. So this thing happened with the Iran thing, and we have the what else I shared in the chat earlier today. Oh yeah, Israel and Azerbaijan. They signed artificial intelligence MOU in Jerusalem. So let's see what happens with that. And then you have the Erdogan meets with MBS in Saudi Arabia ahead of the U.S.-Iran nuclear talks. Apparently Erdogan is working, trying to mediate between Iran and America. So let's see.
Yeah, I'm looking at the drone thing. It doesn't say it was. It says it's a Shahed drone, but it's just an attack drone. But it did. I'm asking right now. Why would Iran send one drone? And the U.S. used an F-35 to shoot down that drone, which is crazy. You don't have anti-drone technology. Okay. GPT says intelligence gathering. Why else would he send one drone, And also, Iran was harassing a oil tanker that came out of the Straits of Hormuz. But at the same time, diplomatic negotiations are still ongoing. But I wouldn't trust that this is a attack drone, though. That's the thing.
It was.
I wouldn't trust it. No, I wouldn't trust that because.
Why would you send any drone?
That's right. They have drones for intelligence in the air.
Why would you fire that towards the people airstrip? Why would you do that?
I don't think it was fired at them directly, but it got too close.
Hi guys, hi Edward. Hi guys.
Sounding like neighbors. Hi guys.
No, that's different. Hi guys.
Hey, it's my friend.
Hi guys.
Where is she? I don't see her. Here she is, yeah.
Oh my God. What's up, ladies? Like Rabbi's been waiting for you, ladies.
I like Rabbi.
Well, I mean, this is where fake lies, right? The lies. Everything you said was
The U.S. says it looked threatening.
Yeah, it was. It was coming aggressively. It was an act of war.
If one old ass Shahid is threatening,
you did not throw pebbles. They weren't worried. They went and missed the ride. They did infrastructure. This is where they're at right now. Okay, these people are genocidal. They have no regard for human life. They killed 40,000 Lebanon citizens in broad daylight, and now they're firing.
The U.S. says it did not have clear. They didn't have any clear intent of the drone. So that's contradictory to.
No, it's not contradictory. They said they don't have clear intent. They have somewhat intent, but it's not clear.
We have positive.
Yeah, but they know if they accept it as an act of war, that this is the beginning of a whole new reality.
It's not an act of war. It's one old drone, which I'm pretty sure that it was a surveillance drone, which they have.
Trump wants peace. The Americans want peace. The Israelis want peace. Okay.
Really?
Stop gaslighting us.
We want them to get rid of this ballistic missile program. We want them to completely denuclearize.
Shut up. Stop lying. Israel wants peace there.
Israel wants peace.
70,000 people. I'm sure the number is
Most of them were Hamas.
Stop lying.
You're such a liar.
Stop lying. Everyone wants peace. America wants peace.
Yes, we want
For the
peace.
past, what, 7 years, America wants the war. Where in the
We
world?
don't have to trust. This is what we want.
The
We
only
just want
person
peace.
that used nutrients, what's it called? This what is it called?
The bomb.
The bomb in Japan.
Oh, the hydrogen bomb. Yeah.
Nuclear bomb.
That was a long time ago.
No. Every single president for the past 50 years went to war. Stop lying. It's a guys of taken millions in Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Libya.
Obama was known as the.
Hold on, guys. One thing, like we all owe Lelouch an apology. She was right yesterday in regards to the PLO elections. They posted and they posted on their website a very long clarification, and she was right. It includes everybody, everyone, everywhere. They are very, very clear about it. So Lelouch was wrong. So we were all schooled by a 23-year-old brilliant young woman.
I was trying to tell you.
She's 17 and Roshi's 17 or 18.
Can I speak to vote in PLO elections? Like my dad is somebody who travels back and forth between the West Bank. Why? Because he wants to be able to vote in these elections. In July of 2025,
this for a bit. Like, you are pulled this off. But also, it's a good thing to read because it's very specific about when they're happy. Just sit.
Why are you talking to me, freaking loser?
Because he's a pick me, and it has to be about him. I'm trying to actually have a productive
You're the one who interrupted her black rabbit.
Yeah, when I came in the room, you were talking about you couldn't get your drone up.
So tip down.
They moved him down.
You're neither an Israeli or Palestinian, so shut the fuck up.
This is a really good opportunity. Just like that's my 2 cents on this.
Yeah, I was looking into how you get nominated for a position.
That's a very good question.
Yeah. I'm looking into it. I always go.
One of you guys can get nominated.
I would nominate myself. If I could. I don't think they'll choose me for anything or I get any votes, but just to say I did something, because I guess.
Well, Edward, Mr.
Not if you support the sexual assault.
Oh, here we go.
No, but the thing is that even participating is putting an example, leading by example. Palestinians are a pluralistic democratic society that can have multiple opinions and still, make decisions in a united way. It's extremely important.
Yeah, taking part in the process is important to me. But Jindip, what do you think? We're talking about the PNC.
Yeah, so I'll let you know that if you want to run for local elections
No, the PNC. The PLO's, the Palestinian National Council.
I'm just going to let you know what our, esteemed PA President Mahmoud Abbas did. He signed executive orders so anyone who would want to run for elections have to sign off on agreeing to the terms of the PLO being the representative of the Palestinian people, meaning that you have to say the Oslo Accords are okay, everything the PLO did or whatever the PA is doing is you have to comply with those laws. Now the PNC is a different ballgame, a different story. I don't know what the mechanisms for electing at the PNC is.
They're above the PLO to the council. And they have the council.
Can I ask you a question?
Okay.
If you could change, replace the PLO, if you had, how would you change it? What would you change, and what would you put in place to represent the Palestinian voice?
Dissolve this whole entity. Dissolve it, get rid of it, and have younger people running for office.
Is it the system, the way the system is built, or the people that are currently occupying?
No, it's pretty much how the system is built and how it has,
Can I ask what is wrong in your opinion from the system?
Well, the PLO does not represent every Palestinian. That's one. Two, the system itself has been set up in such a way where it's just another little dictatorial, regime amongst the Palestinians, and we have this character Abbas, who is propped by the Israelis and the Americans, sitting on his chair and extremely corrupt. It's just another dictatorial Arabic government.
So, but your perception was the PLO always like this, from the day it was born?
No.
Or was it corrupted? So, when did it shift? I'm genuinely curious. It's not from a judgmental or anything. I've never gotten a chance to ask and see
After the Oslo Accords, pretty much, they did not come from those people who were, running the show in amongst the Palestinians in the West Bank are people who did not live amongst the Palestinians. The local Palestinians were staying on the sideline, and the whole system was set up by, Dayton, the Dayton of, the general Dayton. So they replicated a repressive system in which the Palestinians...
So you feel Arafat never represented you?
as an elected person? Really, no. I mean, he represented the PLO. Does the PLO represent every Palestinian? Yeah, it has been.
It's supposed to, right?
Yeah, but the PLO is supposed to be a transient organization in which things have to move on after the Oslo Accord, the so-called Oslo Accord.
Oh, okay, I get what you mean. So you mean you feel like they used the fact that they were there for a temporary, and they okay,
Yeah, and things were moving along in 2006. Before that, there were local elections, and we had the like a parliament, and people voted those people in. But then, right after 2006, it was decimated. Most of its members were arrested by Israel, and Abbas came and pretty much dissolved. Abbas mandate had.
Do you feel that their objection to the disengagement played a part in that?
What do you mean, objection?
The PA objected to the unilateral disengagement from Gaza, right? They thought it was done over their head and that it's not done, that it's a trap. Do you think that their objection to it contributed to them losing support?
Yeah, because
it was perceived as a political move against Hamas at the end of it.
Right, I mean, yeah, because they were, Hamas is what Hamas is, and they were engaged in doing horrible shit in the Gaza Strip, and that's why how Hamas came to power. I do not support Hamas. I'm not a big fan of Hamas as an ideological movement. I don't like their ideology. I wouldn't vote for them. They don't represent me. I'm with an ounce with their ideology. But Palestinians do not have full representation. I mean, whatever agency we have, they definitely do not represent the Palestinian people.
But that was always the case, right? That was part of the main thing they always tried to do is make sure Palestinians don't have a voice.
Right, but in 2000 there were elections which were decent elections, but the issue with that is the Hamas won the majority in the legislation in the parliament, and that was to the disliking of the Americans and the Israelis. I always thought, okay, you put them in power, let them form a government. They're gonna fail, vote them out. 4 years later, you can vote them out, But if you're from the region, you see how those little dictatorial Arab leaders, how they function and how things go with them. And the PA has been a total disastrous failure. There's just a bunch of corrupt fuck-ups who just want to line their pockets.
Do you feel there's a prominent Palestinian voice that you feel you would elect as a leader?
Say that again. Say that again.
Is like somebody that you support, whether it's Barghouti or God forbid the Klan, or but is there somebody that you would stand behind as a representative?
Yeah, there are plenty of Palestinians.
Who would be your top candidate?
I would. But we're still under the occupation, right? So it has to be.
It's more.
I like Barghouti. I like other people who are, they don't have to be, those, militant people, or they can't be just anyone. Anyone who is.
There's any chance that there will be a support for Zachariah's baby?
Support for who?
Zachariah's baby.
No, I don't think so. No. I support like wide support as a.
If he decided to go back into politics, do you think he would gain support?
I don't think so. I don't know if people here know who he is, but I don't think.
I'll tell you why I asked. I was really surprised that because when they released a lot of the hostages, the Palestinian hostages, the powerful names were mostly released to foreign countries, right, to Egypt or Turkey. But for some reason, they allowed Zachariah's baby back in the West Bank, and that's a guy that has leadership potential, right? And I thought that means that they're about to go after him again, because usually when they don't want somebody out, they let him out to a place where they can catch him back again a few months later. But they seem to be leaving him alone. And I'm wondering if something's up there, because he's a recognized name. At least
he might be recognized.
The whole prison break thing.
Yeah, but he might be recognized.
He has star quality.
He might be a recognized name amongst the Israelis, probably, but he's not that much of a recognized.
Really? Like with the whole prison break, he didn't get like a lot of clout.
Yeah, popular, thing, but I don't see him to be to have the qualities of leading the Palestinians. I don't really care who runs for office. It's just we don't need another Abbas. We don't need a corrupt piece of shit character. We just need someone from the neighborhood, from amongst us, who can navigate things through. But you know how hard it is to be leading a Palestinian under the Israeli occupation, because we're not a free people. I mean, I don't really care.
I know. Taking any type of leadership is taking a risk with your life. Israel loves to take down anybody that has any type of clout in Palestine.
Right. So I imagine this guy you mentioned, Zachary. I mean, imagine him being, it's a given that he will be living.
That's exactly why it didn't make sense to me, because
I don't know him very well, but I know he broke out of jail.
He was one of the names I expected Israel would want to exile, that it wouldn't want him.
He's still. They kept him. They did not ditch him out of the country.
Which was very weird. Like all the other big names, they kicked out.
Yeah, they kicked out a few people. Yes, I know. I never really thought about that. I never thought why they kept him around.
Right, but do you get why it's bothering me? It feels like it's too fishy. Like it feels like we're missing something.
Yeah, I do.
They don't.
Very possible.
Yeah. Sorry guys, maybe we got a little bit too detailed on stuff.
And these elections here, though, are for the council over the PLO, and they help form the direction or set the agenda for the PLO. So there are new people that come on board. I think they would have a large effect on the entire organization before you even get to. It looks like half the people are from the diaspora and half are from within Palestine. So it's set up. I wonder if Connecticut had them.
Well, what happens? 1 minute of silence. Okay.
Something's weird with my thing here.
Everybody's still in the audience. It's just annoying orange, man. But let's see what happens with elections. I hope they allow the collection of the results from each year, so because Israel is just
the great.
But that's weird.
You are a mod.
I'm not a mod.
No, he's not.
Yeah, you are. You're a major mod.
I'm gonna come right back and see what happened. This happened yesterday too in a different room. I'm gonna put myself down and bring myself up. Oh wow, I can't even click on my name. Okay, let me get up.
I plan to move to Gaza with my family.
Oh, for fuck's sake, that really, you're just a bad person.
What are you talking about?
You're just a fucking bad person.
What are you talking about? You're self-righteous. I think you're on some like righteous trip because you're like.
Do you know that when people returned to Gaza yesterday and today, in one of the situations, a little girl was coming back with her family, and IDF refused to allow her to take her toy with her. The only thing she brought with her, and she was literally crying her little heart out, begging for the toy back, and they said no. Don't you want to go to the
Vile.
You're such a piece of shit.
Emerald, this is how fucking vile these fuckers are. The one little thing that this little girl has is her toy, a piece of solace, and takes it away. Listen, you black fucking rabbi bitch, shut the fuck up. No talking to you. I called you Black Rabbi. Isn't that your fucking name? I said black, fucking you rabbi bitch.
She was crying so hard. So she just wants fear.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's like gas for them. Clearly, Black Rabbi would never have children, or he would have wifed up his pregnant girlfriend, right?
Yeah, it's true. He turned the conversation completely, as we took a moment to acknowledge how vile people are. But then again, this guy's a Trump supporter too.
But you know what? You're wrong, Warning. To them, they're not children. They're not.
No, they are.
They are children. They target children.
They target
children. They look at children and Zionists attacking children. It is children that they're after. They don't care about adults or anything like that. It's the children, obviously, or else they wouldn't arrest children for throwing rocks. Okay, but you don't. But I was trying to explain is that they don't view them as human children. They view them as what you're trying to explain is something that it's not, and they are targeting children. That's fine that you believe what you believe, but what I've seen and what I've heard and what I've been researching lately is they're targeting children specifically. Why? Because they're innocent. They have no sin. Right? Oh, the sin is throwing a rock? Yeah, right. They want to steal that innocence. They want to harvest their fear. They're doing satanic rituals with innocent children. And according to Oprah, letting Oprah, do Oprah's thing, there was this problem way back in the 80s. And people were not talking about it, and it was silenced. And it's interesting how quickly things get silenced and people get paid to keep their mouth shut. It's really important that we acknowledge that Zionists are targeting children. So thank you, Emeralds, for saying that they don't see them as children, but they do. They target them. They have a big target on their back, and snipers are actually shooting them in the head. You argued this point. Matter of fact, how do you feel about that, B-Rabbit, Mr. Black Rabbi? How do you feel about that woman going on Oprah and talking about how Jewish people were sacrificing children and eating them? And how do you feel about the Epstein files that talks about children being ate with cream cheese? How do you feel about that?
If you officially put yourself into the crazy, you're a crazy person just saying these things.
Yeah, we're only crazy until someone actually shows proof, right? Where you're from, you're American blood in your veins, and now you're over there trying to act holier than thou, holier than your own freaking community. So let me ask you a question, since you won't answer that question, all Zionists do. Who do you choose, Martin Luther King or Malcolm X?
Netanyahu.
Yeah, exactly.
Netanyahu is probably one of the greatest leaders of this generation. World leaders, and he's saving more Muslim lives than any man probably ever to walk face of this earth. He's destroying all the enemies of Islam.
People like you are gonna have hell to pay when you talk about your Messiah comes, right? It's interesting because when the karma comes, we'll see who's left. And if it's not in this realm, it'll be when you die, and you'll face your maker. You will face your maker, and you will be weighed by the salt that you have endured for other people's tears. And the more you talk, the more you sound ridiculous. And it's disgusting. People like you are allowed to have this platform.
No witchcraft. Please stop it. The States is going to be in control of the whole situation. Trump is doing God's work. Him and Bibi are working in conjunction. And I can almost guarantee you Trump has Jewishness in his family line. I don't know. It's there somehow. He's righteous. Netanyahu is righteous. Redemption for all humanity.
You're just okay with children dying? You're okay with the children when your Messiah can come back and let everyone else perishes because you're better than everybody else? This means when you're down your nose judging people. You're sick, you're demonic, and I pray for you because you will have hell to pay. Trust me, you will have hell to pay.
Thank you for praying for me. I appreciate that. The point is saying, if you believe in God and you believe in peace on earth, you'll be demanding that Hamas is removed from...
The funny thing is you spew that propaganda, Hamas. You miss me with that bullshit. Okay? It's used as a manipulation for the people. And clearly you're delusional and manipulated for who you are and what you stand for and every word out of your dick. You're fake, you're delusional, and you're crazy. You're just crazy, Black Rabbi. You really are. B-Rabbit in its finest glory. The fact that you're okay with your own child growing up without a father, right? Yeah. So much for your family values, right?
Why are you attacking me personally?
Attacking you? Oh, suddenly you feel attacked because we're talking about your sin, right? Because he without sin shall cast the first stone. You know what? Your narrative is getting weaker and weaker the more you talk and the more people are aware of what's real. Because these Epstein files that are coming out, it won't be long. It won't be long. There will be a revolution here in America. And there will be a revolution that pulls the rug out from underneath you. And then the Zionists that are controlling all this and puppeteering all this, what is that for the innocent Jewish people that actually believe in what they believe in? Because there is a difference. There is a huge difference. Because I've met with a woman with a tattoo on her arm that is Jewish, and she doesn't agree with anything that's going on. So I'd like to hear you. You speak for her too? You speak for her? Right. You speak for her. And the funny thing is she talks about people of color who are Jewish and how it's interesting to her that they believe the narrative because we've talked about you. She's heard about you. And she thinks that it's funny to her because in their belief, what you're crazy. You're crazy, Black Rabbi. You really are. And the fact that you believe your own narrative just makes it even more dangerous.
My book is on Amazon.
And there it is, the plug. Because with your family,
I'm going to bring peace.
Bring peace.
Yeah.
What does peace even mean to you?
Just like Martin Luther King did.
What does peace even mean to you? Oh, okay, there it is. Circling back. So you chose up. You chose up. That's okay. It's all about the money. But guess what? Money can't buy you into heaven, bro. You can't buy your way into heaven. You can't manipulate God. So think about that when you go to bed. Think about the fact that you can't manipulate God. When you pass over and when you die, you will be rolling over in your grave. Because the funny thing is,
like I said, we're going to fix this issue. We just need to get rid of Hamas. They need to disarm.
Stop the propaganda. Stop the bullshit. Stop the lies. Talk about what it really is. It's about real estate and resources. Nobody cares about your I bring peace. Whatever, bro.
Bro, listen, we need to disarm Israel. You're crazy?
That's never going to happen. So figure out another strategy.
Yeah, so why they saying they're gonna honor Hamas? And they will never do that. They can't even do that.
A lot more people are gonna die then.
What?
So a lot more people are gonna die.
Yeah, but they will win the war.
Well, the solution is disarming Israel.
Hold on for it.
Yeah, you might win this battle, but we will win the war in Black Russians.
There's going to be a lot of people, Hamas people that are going to die every day.
Hamas is not people. Hamas is more than just that. We're all Hamas. We're all. Yeah, I hope so. Me and I hope my future kids as well.
Yeah, you're from Iraq, but the point is the same.
You don't have to divide us. We're all one.
You live in a fantasy. You wish you were Palestinian.
I wish I was in Palestine to come and kick your balls. You don't have balls, sorry.
Why are you to be violent?
Shut the fuck up, Black Rapture.
We're speaking about violence, man. You're crazy.
No, but she's talking about violence towards me. I'm like a pure angel.
A pure angel?
Yeah.
You're a computer agent.
Anyways, the point is the same. If you want peace in that region, tell Hamas to disarm. That's all you gotta do.
No, I'm not.
And all violence stops immediately.
You know, no, listen. Tell IDF disarm immediately.
Okay, alright, so more people are gonna die, I guess, unfortunately.
Yeah, people's gonna die.
There won't be enough.
On both sides, though.
In the past 2 years, he killed, 71,000 people, if not more?
Okay, so there you go.
Don't worry.
Yeah. You keep slaughtering the children.
Folks, I know I look like a cross.
Headed to the polls today for Ohio's March primary. You have the choice to stop killing people.
Allow me to introduce the Future Vote 3000. It's the first.
You said 71,000 people died.
You killed, no, died, were killed.
No, and you said, guess what? 60,000 babies were killed.
Yeah.
Steve, I'm
We're in 2025.
This is how sick your country is.
No, this is how we survive. We're resistant, we survive.
Hey, look, you want your
We
children
survive.
You want your children to die, so you have
No, we don't want our children to die, but if you want to kill our children, we're gonna have more children.
Okay, well, this is just simple Arab logic, and I get it. And just know, the most unsophisticated American is more smarter than all your people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You guys are barbarous. You want to see your children die.
No, you're killing our children. You want to see our children die. You say our children are not innocent.
No,
you say children are Hamas.
You train to be terrorists.
No, we're not training anyone to be terrorists. We're training everyone to be resistant.
And to hate Jews and to hate America, and you call it resistance.
Just a second. I don't know if Amir is here. Rayabia. I cannot invite you again. I've already invited you multiple times. Let me see.
He's also messing with
Hold on. Let me. Everyone not needed. Okay, you can try to come up now. See if you can. Rayabia.
That doesn't work.
It's the app because I turned off hand raising. You can just come up.
She's not that smart yet. She's hard for her to work technology. She's an older woman.
Me, I'm 33. I'm like half your age. Black Rapture.
No, you're not half my age.
I'm half your age.
I would never date a girl your age. Just saying that.
I would never date a stupid person like you. You're a moron. You're a clown. I would never date a clown like you. And I'm married. Don't worry.
You have gray hairs. He's sick of you. He's clearly sick.
I have gray hair?
Yeah.
Even if I had gray hair, what's wrong with having gray hair? Your mom has gray hair. I'm not old. Where did you see my gray hair?
Do you know why the black rabbi look in the mirror in the morning?
Oh, hey, are you going?
He'd be scared.
Yeah, he gets very, very scared.
Yeah.
You're too ugly, dude. Rabbi, you're too ugly. You really are ugly. You know you're ugly, right?
Doing good. Like, here's my question. What's the point of the provocation towards the Palestinians when the people that you're representing don't even like those Jewish motherfuckers do not like black people. Fucking nuclear plants and shit. Like, anything beyond the river Jordan, like they're doing them pretty dirty,
understand at the end of the day.
I know I look like a cross between a newborn and a retired biker. It's the only combo that comes with its own sunscreen. I was recording a video in the shower earlier because that's where all great decisions happen.
Allow me to introduce the Future Vote 3000. It's the first voting machine with a built-in calculator radio and yes, a couple.
Headed to the polls today for Ohio's March primary at the Cedar Ridge Community Center. Volunteers are making sure things run smoothly. Among them, two neighbors who say serving as election judges is their way of giving back. Our job is to check IDs headed to the polls today. And I'll start at 200 for the old voting machine. 300 even.
What's right here? Got 20 right here.
Speaks with us with so. I mean, he may have mommy issues. Unicorn is in the game. Has a recording that made that come out. So we're not talking to you, Black Rabbit. Thank you. Back to you, Fire, my sweet princess. Let's not talk to this scumbag. So that's what's happened. He's actually very, very, down. Just completely downtrodden. He has nothing going for himself. So every time a female speaks, it triggered him. Either he wishes he was us. Because he's not so feminine. I think he does.
Yeah.
Do you wish that you were us? You poor thing?
He has an imaginary girlfriend.
An imaginary child. Oh my god. I'm dying laughing right now, sorry. Anyways, moving on.
Pathetic black rap shit.
Yeah, he is. Really is. Pathetic. So-called rap.
Look, Rabbi. Look. I don't need to repent for shit. Because
why are you so uncomfortable with that? Like, are you in the toilet?
Because I'm eating. But anyways, look,
like, eats on the toilet, bro. This is disgusting.
No, that's your word, not mine. But listen, I don't need to repent for shit. Because I didn't do repent for what? Speaking about a bunch of fake ass island turks that are over there around and some of the shit. But they're not holy. I mean, they're doing all kinds of vile shit over there. Gay parades at Tel Aviv, and that's supposed to be holy. Motherfucker. What are you talking about? Oh, yeah, I know. Like, something we've already been knowing. That got released in a little fire. Just sitting up here sacrificing and drinking the blood of babies and doing all kinds of rituals. You know, the same shit that they found back in 2024, if I'm not mistaken. No, actually last year, if I'm not mistaken. So they're finding them in the sewers and the tunnels and shit all throughout the 5 boroughs of New York, right? With underground tunnels and fucking bloody ass baby carriages. I don't give a fuck about these goddamn people. People are devils, bro. What the fuck do I gotta repent for? They themselves, real rabbis I've encountered will tell you that they're not real Jews. They'll literally say that they're not real Jews. They know that they're perpetrating a fraud. So if that's the case, if that's the case, then I don't need to fucking repent of anything that I say that is inflammatory towards them, because they say a lot of inflammatory shit that it's not based on any substance. So for you to sit up here and tell me to repent, and by the way, you didn't answer my question because, you said Christ returns. Do you think what they're doing over there, you understand, like that 3IA Atlas or whatever, like, if you want to sit up here and be a bitch for them, then guess what? You're going to go down with them. So
fuck you, Mordecai.
That's the problem with this Sharif Hassan character. He's got a beautiful name like Sharif Hassan, right? But this idiot had to convert to whatever religion. That's fine, he could have converted, but at least it would have been, involved. Right, and slowly, you guys started to get indoctrinated, right, with this bullshit. But they told you, it's a homeland for the Jews, and it's a safe land, and it's a safe place for the Jews, and they can arrive here, they can live here. And yet it goes against your scripture, but you support, you support the occupation, you support the apartheid system that Israel's running off, right? And you support pretty much all this bullshit, right? And it just doesn't make sense. I don't get it, man. People like you, pieces of shit. I don't know what to tell you, man. He's just a garbage piece of shit.
You haven't noticed, since he moved out there, he looks really depressed. He's gained even more weight. He looks fat and sloppy. He literally looks like he's melting. His eyes are black as their barbecue. He doesn't sleep there. You can just tell he's going to hell over there. And he thinks he's going to be accepted. Listen here, tell me, what the fuck is this fat ass doing?
You alright, Rabbi character? Are you okay?
Did you go through this picture? Did you see the picture of him laying on the floor?
Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. We are born at a given moment in a given place, and like vintage years of wine, we have the qualities of the year and of the season in which we are born. Astrology does not lay claim to anything else. Carl Gustav Jung. How the mind can torture itself in its quest to understand the travels of the soul from life through death to life again. Tormented, the mystic asks, what is the purpose of it all? Why was I born? From whence have I come? And to where will I go when I have shed my frail earthly form? But the answers prove elusive. Instead of certainty, the mystic finds only speculation and surmise. Baffled, he struggles to recover memories of a life before birth, in the hopes that these might shed light on what transpires after death. Yet again he is stymied, for like all others who move from one rebirth to the next, the mystic has first to dally in the land of the dead. There he was forced to slake his thirst from the river of forgetfulness, dissolving all memories of his previous lives before he was free to stumble blindly towards his next incarnation. This cleansing of the past goes unnoticed by most people. However, something deep within the mystic is left unsettled. He finds that his thoughts and dreams are disturbed, as if by glimpses of some long-forsaken ambition, a memory of which hovers just unseen on the very edge of his vision. In truth, the mystic does not draw as deeply from the river of forgetfulness as his less contemplative fellows, and some distant memory goads him into joining that age-old quest for meaning. The ancient Greeks realized that active self-reflection was something integral to understanding the mysteries of birth, life, and death, which would allow a person to find his appropriate place in the eternal processes of the gods. Life is shrouded in a mystery. This is the fundamental fact which confronts us. We live in a cave with our backs to the light, and as Plato said, our knowledge is nothing more than the shadows which play upon its walls. The Greeks became preoccupied with this inner light, cast shadows into our reality. They summed up their quest for it with the axiom, know thyself. Inscribed in the temple of Apollo at Delphi, they believed that mankind could never fully comprehend or know the human spirit. So this axiom actually suggests learning about and controlling personal behavior in the here and now, so that a person might rise to understand his or her fate or incarnation, and in effect find unity with the gods. Similar deliberations are solidified and became the foundation upon which the various forms of yoga are based. The Sanskrit word yoga is derived from the word translated as simply meaning the art of union. Carl Gustav Jung, 1875 to 1961, the founder of modern analytical psychology, acknowledged the importance of studying yoga, but he also cautioned that the practice may not be suitable for the Western mind. He believed the yogic tendency to seek spiritual transcendence by ignoring the material side of the world was misguided, and that the purpose of incarnation was actually to gain a more intimate understanding of existence. As he wrote, there are many different kinds of yoga. Europeans often become hypnotized by it, but it is essentially Eastern. No European has the necessary patience, and it is not right for him. The more we study yoga, the more we realize how far it is from us. A European can only imitate it, and what he acquired. Although I am not completely in accord with Jung's assessment that Europeans have no patience, and disagree with the assertion that we get nothing is necessary for our Western archetype. He seems to suggest that psychology could play that role, but to me there is a difficulty here. In an echo of yoga, we find modern psychology preoccupied with bringing the unconscious mind to conscious awareness, whilst either downplaying the role of the body or treating it merely as a cumbersome appendage must be mastered. To me, the core premise of Western magic is that we incarnate into our body in order to gain an experience, not transcend it, and that we must examine the whole process equally. The holistic approach is surely far healthier than a fragmented one. 1895 to 1985 was one of the most thoughtful practitioners of modern astrology. Reflecting on such matters, he observed that ancient Hindu yoga was based on this realization of the meaning and power of the breath, and so also in another sense was astrology. Astrology was the means to relate the first moment of the individual out of his isolation and to incorporate him into the eternal process. It is my intention to offer a fresh approach to the subject of union through the study of astrology. As mortals, we have been given clues as required to appreciate the experience for which we incarnated. Astrology blends together mind, body, and our reality, revealing that each is an integral part of the other. And in so doing, it underscores the relationship between what yoga refers to as the Anja and that Muladhara as being a concept that Carl Jung was starting to explore as far back as 1932. This will be discussed later in the book.
That's really important.
We're trying to help you right now.
Oh, well, why aren't you married since you're having supposedly a baby outside of wedlock? Why aren't you married, my grandpa?
Tell me, you're working, you're doing something in your life, or your syllables from the morning.
Tomatoes and olives. I'm an olive stuffer.
You're a farmer.
No, I work in a factory. You put the tomatoes in the olives.
Slow innovation.
Look, how about the woman?
Spring and she's a nice.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. She's not one of like.
Don't you think it's more important to get a black rabbi married since he's having a baby with a woman that he's not married to?
Shut the fuck up.
Hey, Joe, why don't you shut the fuck up? Why don't you shut the fuck up, Joe?
It's not of your business.
Wait, it's your business to get me married?
You have to go to black rabbi for bed. You have to go to bed with him.
Attention. That I wasn't the first one to give him attention. I came in when there was a dialogue going on, when Max and Vic were trying to question him to get answers out of him because he was making awful claims. So he blames